Very good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo. We come to the 50 over the side match between the home team, the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo Academy boys, and the visiting Hutt International Boys School. This is the under 18 group on both sides. This is a day-night affair being played in daylight and under floodlights. A series of matches being played by the visitors. We've got 3 sets of teams over here in different age groups to give their boys the kind of exposure they would need to develop as cricketers to represent their national teams in future. So a wonderful opportunity for the home team also to rub shoulders with the visitors and improve their own cricketing skills. And at the moment, the skipper of the visiting team, Lewis Jeffries, won the toss and decided to bat first. And it's George Tate, their wicketkeeper, and Joel Grassi, their spin bowler, who is also a good batsman, opening the batting for them. And into the attack is Shri Bhagat, the left-arm medium pacer for the home team. They've already got 5 runs on the board. The first 5 deliveries sent down by Shri Bhagat. And 4 of them coming out the blade of George Tate, who did a wonderful job behind the sticks for his team in the match yesterday. They defeated the Sports School by a good margin of 50 runs in the 50 overs a side affair yesterday. So that one outside the leg stump has been tucked away, and that's going to be 4 runs to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well-timed push there. The ball slightly short pitch, keeping low on the corner outside the leg stump, and the batsman got into his act, managed to connect well, and just with a flick of the wrist placed it very well past the fielders there, all the way to the fence for 4 runs. End of the over, 9 runs coming off the first over from Shri Bhagat, operating from the pavilion end. Dhruv, the captain of the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo team. Not Dhruv P, I beg your pardon. Dhruv P is involved in the match in the Timapaya tournament in progress at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This is Dhruv captaining the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo. It's going to be Srinivas Yadav to take charge of bowling operations from the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo end. Srinivas Yadav, right arm over the wicket, the medium pacer. This is down the leg side, wide, called there by the umpire. George Tate watching it all the way into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. 1 more to the total, 11 without loss. Srinivas Yadav has the wicketkeeper standing well behind. Man in the slip region. We have a short third man, almost a gully position. line delivery on the off stump, bringing George Tate forward, pushes it defensively out into the covers there, picked up and returned back. No run. The ball in the process of being returned back to Yadav at the far end. Bright sunshine. Of course, dark clouds as usual hovering around on top of the venue here. Shot, rising delivery, almost a bouncer, which Tate takes evasive action against, and the ball ricochets off the gloves of the wicketkeeper towards the short square leg region and gives the two of them time to cross over for an extra run. Umpire Narayan and Rajesh operating from either ends of this venue over here. This is off pitch delivery outside the off stump, and George Tate tries to have a mighty go at that one. Makes no contact because he did not move much. Joel Gracie rather, after the changeover, after they took that single, Gracie on strike tried to go for a mighty drive on the offside, not moving his feet. To come in line with the delivery, misses it, taken by the keeper. And that's been lofted high over the head of the fielders in the point and cover region, all the way to the fence for 4 runs. Rising delivery outside the off stump, and the tall Joel Gracie not missing the opportunity to make the most of it. Managed to play it very, very safely over the heads of the fielders there inside the 30-yard circle into the untenanted deep regions as the backward point cover boundary, and 4 runs. 17 without loss. Good length delivery this time coming into the batsman as Gracie offers a defensive bat to it, takes the outer edge, runs down towards point, picked up by the fielder there. End of the over. 7 runs in the over from Srinivas Yadav, his first. 17 without loss. The Hutt International Boys School at the end of 2 overs. Joel Gracie on 5 and George Tate on 8. The two openers having a chat between themselves in the middle of the wicket over there, planning their tactics on how to tackle the home bowlers. The ball back with the tall and lanky Sri Bhagat, the left arm medium pacer. There he is, goes away from us at the pavilion end. Operating around the wicket to the right-hander, George, who managed to push the ball down the track for the bowler to pick it up on his follow-through as he walks back. Certainly 2 good overs being sent down despite that one short delivery which was dispatched for a boundary by Gracie. The opening bowlers for the home team certainly trying to maintaining a good line and length. This has been driven down to mid-off, and One thing a single there is George, but rightly being sent back by his partner. There was a fielder coming in quickly to pick it up and prevent that run from being taken. Rebucket again, over pitch delivery. Once again, the batsman drives past the bowler. Backed up well. There, no run either. George Tate timing the shot very well, but not being able to place it. To beat the field with enough power. Strong breeze blowing across the venue over here. The umpire losing his cap as it runs down, and he's retrieved it now. Nice delivery outside the off stump, keeping low as once again the batsman goes forward, pushes it down into the point region. No run again. Sri Bhagat forcing George Tate to offer a stroke to every delivery. In fact, the hallmark of a good bowler. Of course, these are, and that's between the first slip and gully there to the deep third man area, but of the outer edge with just a single. There's a fielder to prevent it from rolling over the ropes. So just a single. That lucky edge. Lucky enough that the ball did not carry to hand. Lob between the two of them there. Only a single. Sri Bhagat once again. Left arm. And this is outside the leg stump once again. Tucked away nicely there. Past the deep square again. That's going to be 4 runs. Sri Bhagat once again bowling it a slightly short outside the leg stump, and the batsman managed to connect on the bounce and placed it very well. Again, timing it nicely. The ball raced away to the fence for 4 runs. End of the over there. 3 overs gone. 22 without loss. Gracie on 9. George Tate also on 9. Once again, the two conferring out there in the middle of the wicket. Possibly quite satisfied with the way they have been tackling the bowling so far. Of course, the effort would be to build up the innings and then go for the jugila, as they would say. This has been turned away towards fine leg. I think he's got a slight touch to it. No signal from the umpire, only a single. Srinivas Yadav continuing to operate from the far end. The ball pitched on the leg and slightly moving away from the batsman at a good height. The batsman managed to get a slight edge to it, but only for a single. This is a slightly over-pitch delivery coming in from outside the off stump as the batsman pushes it defensively down into the point region, picked up and returned back. Outside the off stump, rising delivery. The batsman swings, misses. A lot of appeal there, but no, says the umpire. Umpire Rajesh unmoved, despite the vociferous appeal by the bowler and the wicketkeeper, and also the close-in fielders. Gracie very much there. The two of them almost similar height and build. Once again, no pitch delivery, rising up the pitching outside the off stump. This time, Gracie withdraws his bat, allows it to go through to the keeper. And this is once again been tucked away towards final leg. Another delicate touch to that delivery. Moving away from the batsman, not get outside the leg stump, and another single. Both of them on 10. That brings George Tate on strike. 24 without loss, the total at the moment. Srinivas Yadav slightly straying in line outside the leg stump. And once again, 4-pitch rising delivery outside the off stump. George Tate tries to drive, misses it. Taken by the keeper there. End of the over. Four overs gone. Two from either end. And certainly, Joel Gracie and George Tate seem to have settled down well. Of course, a couple of swings and misses. Lucky not getting a touch there. Otherwise, they've been appearing to be quite confident in their approach to a good opening partnership. Once again, it's going to be Sri Bhagat to continue bowling operations from the pavilion end. Left arm round the wicket. Good length delivery. Straight outside the off stump as the batsman Gracie tries to drive. The ball takes the outer edge and runs down to point. No question of a run over there. Almost a similar delivery, this time off the back foot. The ball taking the inner edge of the bat and running down towards the back foot point. Again, picked up and returned. No question of a run over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders to the right of the wicketkeeper in an arc from the first slip onwards. Slip a gully, point, cover, mid off. And that's going to be 4 runs there. Superb drive there, taken on the rise and slammed through the covers for 4 runs. Well timed, well placed shot there. There you see the replay of that effort. The ball keeping a triple low off the pitching, slightly short pitch, and then into his drive there. Joel Gracie slamming it past cover there for 4 runs. 28 for no loss. Gracie goes up to 14. His partner, George stayed on 10. Sri Bhagat once again, a long bowling run-up. Once again, shot pitched on the midland leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket with a flick of the wrist. Straight to the fielder there, no run. Pitch delivery, and this is outside the off stump. Once again, the batsman tries to drive, misses. Taken low to his right there by the wicketkeeper. Half-hearted appeal. Again, umpire Narayan has no work to do. 28 for no loss. Last ball of the over from Sri Bhagat coming up. Once again, over pitch, and once again driven through the covers there. There's going to be runs in this, and that's going to be another boundary. Well timed shot off the front foot, again taken on the rise and slammed down with enough power and placement. Do you see it? Some fluent cover drives being executed there by Joel Gracie. He goes up to 18 from 16, and the total on to 32 without loss after 5 overs. As I said, this is a 50 over the side match. The visitors playing 20 overs, 50 overs, and a lot of their boys who are having a chat with me seem to be more intent on playing the longer versions rather than the T20 format. The multi-days being a lot more tiresome. They would prefer the one-dayers, which is the 50 overs side matches. And here they are in one of them on this tour of Bangalore and India. Once again, Srinivas Yadav begins his run-up, but not quite happy with his strides. Walks back again. Srinivas Yadav beginning a fresh over. Played into the vacant mid-wicket region there, and before the throw could come in, they managed to cross over for a well-judged single. Eight goes up to 11, which brings Jewel Gracie on strike. Saw him execute 2 beautiful cover drives in the previous over. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Leaves it alone outside the off stump. Once again, bright sunshine completely bathing the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadium. Wonderful venue, lush green outfield, sporting tracks. This one, slightly off-pitch delivery coming into the batsman, offering a defensive bat to it. Takes the bottom of the bat and runs down into the cover region. Straight to the fielder though, no run. Srinivas Yadav trying to angle his deliveries from a share outside the off stump in the hope of beating the bat or getting an edge to first slip or fielder in the gully region. Off pitch taken on the full and flicked down to mid-wicket. The ball ricochets off the fielder there, giving the two of them time enough to cross over for a very, very easy single there. That takes Gracie on to 19. The total to 34 without loss. Last ball of the over coming up. Six overs gone, 38 without loss. George State on 15, Jewel Gracie on 19, Srinivas Yadav 3 overs, none for 15. And at this point of time, we are joined in the commentary position by none other than the man behind the show here, the entire touring team, Hutt Hawks or the Hutt International Boys School, being brought to India, Bangalore especially, by none other than Ravi Krishnamurthy. Welcome, Ravi, to the commentary position.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing? How's the weather?
Oh, very well, but the weather is looking a bit hot today. But yeah, no, quite nice actually. Great cricketing weather.
Well, I think I've been meeting you at least on 3 occasions the past 3 years or so when you have come around to Bangalore. What brings you basically to Bangalore?
I'm a Bangalore boy. That's one of the reasons. But yeah, no, I mean, we can't complain about Bangalore. Can you? I mean, it's a great city, great vibe, brilliant city. Good weather mostly. Sometimes rains, but when it gets hot, it rains, so it's just perfect. So a lot more. I think we can tolerate this weather a lot more than say elsewhere. So.
What about the cricketing facilities?
A fantastic facility, great men, you know, like Suresh and yourself, and a lot of you guys do so much for us. You know, can't thank enough, really.
How are you involved with this particular club or the institution back home?
We're not a club per se, but we're more like a touring club. So we basically only really at the moment, like what we started as when my kid was very young and the rest of the boys were very young. We were getting very less cricket in Wellington due to the weather. So we started to play, you know, in and around districts, in and around Wellington. So places like Kapiti and Wanganui and all of that. And then one fine day we just decided we'll go to India and we never looked back. So we must have had like.
When was that? The first time around?
Whoa, jeez. I got to go back at least 2011 or prior.
What were the facilities then? Which city were you there at that time?
Pretty much stayed in Bangalore. Facilities, nothing like this. And to be fair, Bangalore didn't necessarily have as many infrastructure as like we do right now. And even around the country, cricket infrastructure since the IPO has just gone up notches. So we used to play on any sort of rugged grounds. Actually, I mean there was no grass outside. And but to be fair, like yeah, I think those days we didn't know better anyway. So I mean we still quite enjoyed it. There was pretty rugged outfield, no grass. Matting wickets and whatnot, but the kids used to enjoy it big time. So then cricket is cricket, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if you're playing in a gully, you still enjoy the cricket. So,
how do the local boys come into your, what shall I say, operations?
We know most of them. That's the start. And obviously, like cricket is. I mean, Wellington's a very small city. It's not like Bangalore, so everybody knows everybody mostly. The cricket community is even smaller, so you just know most of them. This one, hips one, is all credit goes to guys like Paul and Ted and some of those guys, because I didn't necessarily have, this is probably the only time where a school 11 fully has come out to play cricket in India. And that was, Paul was always mentioning to me that we need to come, and then he has been on to this for like a good number of years now, probably about 2 or 3 years. And Ted has worked tirelessly to get this organized and whatnot. So luckily, I didn't do too much, to be fair, but just for us, it's just like, yeah, bring another team over to India.
How do you get the coaches to train the boys?
To train the boys, you mean on the tour? Or?
On the tour and even back home there, when they play their domestic matches and practice sessions?
Luckily, on the tours, this year we have Neeraj, who's looking after the under-15s. He's a level 3 coach. Dan Harper is another level 3 coach who's from Central Districts, so he's looking after the under-18s. I'm not doing any coaching, mostly like just talking to the boys every now and then when they have questions and such. More like a sounding board more than anything. So Paul's doing pretty much all the coaching at the moment. Probably this is the first time, the only time where I have not been coaching, which is sometimes it's not a bad thing, because there's just like 1,000 things to get organized, and I'm juggling lots, like, so you have to put a coach's hat and then the logistics and whatnot. So this time around, I've had more chance to actually sit around and just appreciate things, take a step back. So,
What are the players that you have from Wellington who have come up through your exposure trips and tours over the years?
I would credit the boys themselves. So they've worked their butt off, really. I mean, for many, many years. It's not one tour, it's not one day, it's not 1 month, it's not 1 year. So they've been onto it for like years and years and years. But these tours have helped immensely. I can speak for myself, or say like Nathan Smith, who's the black cap now. He's played in this part of the world many times. Rachin, obviously, he has done tons of tours to India. So it has helped him in his career. When he comes to India, he doesn't feel like he's in a place that he doesn't know. He feels very much at home when he comes to India. He's not overwhelmed by the opponent or the conditions or the culture or any of that. So he's very much feels part of this setup. And then same goes, I can speak for those guys. Somebody like Ben Sears wouldn't find it very hard to acclimatize to Indian conditions. Similarly, Nathan Smith and some of those guys. All of those guys who are playing at that. Tim Robinson, another one who's a black cap, who's made tours, and tons of first-class cricketers. Nick Greenwood, Gareth Severin, Jay. I mean, I can roll off so many names now. So tons of boys. So I may have forgotten probably about 10 other names who come out and now playing professional cricket.
You're talking about your son?
Yeah, I did mention. He's had many tours actually. So he started as 11 round. The last tour he had was when he was 23 before the World Cup. So we came out here and had a few games, and I think the more was training, more concentration, more on trainings than playing games. But he still played a few games. Luckily, he also played in Hyderabad, the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium. So we had a game or two against Hyderabad, which really helped. So when the World Cup time came, he was playing the first game in a warm-up game in Hyderabad. I got some runs. It really helps. Yeah.
Are you in touch with the New Zealand board, and is there any tie-up between the two of you all back home?
There's no tie-up on paper, but they've always helped. I've always supported the program.
They are aware of your programs?
100%. So they've actually sent players, like Tom Blundell is another international cricketer that they wanted him to come out. Jeet Raval was another one who was, who worked through New Zealand cricket. Ed Nuttall is another one. So there's just so many. Because of the so many years of cricket, I won't necessarily able to remember every name, but yeah, New Zealand cricket has themselves sponsored players to come with the Hawks. Cricket Wellington, obviously, they are awesome. So Cricket Wellington, we've had the CEOs, the coaches, Cricket Wellington coaches, like guys like Chris Nevin, great man, and Bruce Edgar, and all these guys have made several trips to India through us. They've been amazingly supportive, and so highly can't speak enough.
What about representative cricket back home? Do they play representative cricket for Wellington and in the domestic championships? And how many of them are there from this particular setup?
Wow, lot of them. So we don't necessarily formally have under 15, so it's more like school cricket nowadays, but it's like we got under 17s and 19s. Several boys are in there, so even like Lewis, I think he's in the under 19 setup. Quite a few boys from this setup are there, and then a few boys from that under 18s are also there involved, and the 15s are also involved. At all times, I mean, you got to understand, guys who come out to India are serious cricketers. I mean, they're not going to make the trip unless they're good enough at cricket or not putting in the hard yards at cricket. Yeah.
In the off season, what do they do? How do they engage themselves?
Off season, actually nowadays things have changed since when say like Rachin was young, it was not. I mean, winter. I didn't see too many cricketers train, but it's changed over the years. Now they have personal coaches. We also have a Hutt Cricket Academy, so they turn up pretty much cold mornings. Sorry guys, early mornings. We have early morning sessions like 6 a.m. to like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and then on top of that we have. Thankfully, we have good contacts around the world, so like guys like Shane Watson, Rachin, several players, few other players support that cause. These kids now understand the value. If you want to be a professional cricketer, or even want to be a serious cricketer, you can't just not play for 6 months and try and just pick up the bat or ball and then become like have a great form within that 6 month window. So that's how much window we've got. But I think New Zealand's great in a way that you get so much time to train, because that's where you hone your skills, right? So you could play all of the games, sure, playing the games and putting your practice into your trainings into practice is awesome. But at the same time, the trainings are pretty much really the most important aspect, and then you can fine tune your your skills over the days. So we get a lot of time to train, which is very good. Game time's what we miss. So, I mean, these programs brought in that.
Do any of your legendary cricketers in New Zealand cricket come and interact with your boys during the course of the season?
Yeah, we've actually, So recently, that was the idea. We have had like I mentioned, like we had, at some point in time, we had Jeet Rawal opening batting with somebody, say, like Nick Greenwood, who was like 16 or at that point in time, Fergus Lellman. Some of these kids were only like 16, 17, 18-year-olds. It's not possible for those kind of guys to go out and open batting with a test cricketer. But luckily on these tours, you don't have to be a test cricketer to open with a test cricketer, test opener. So we've made sure that they're all like growing with, giving them opportunities to bowl or bat with some of the best cricketers around in New Zealand, and heavily benefited. Now we have the Hutt Cricket Academy, so we just carried on that. Now we've got really good support from a lot of black caps, a lot of cricketers around the world as well. Recently we had Shane Watson coming and talking about mental skills. All of these really help. So we're trying to develop players holistically, not necessarily just make them good batters or good bowlers or good fielders, not just that. So we just want to make sure that physical well-being, mental well-being, and their skill set, and at the same time, tactical, and then the physical part of it, like strength and conditioning, all of that. So we run all programs pretty much each week. So.
A lot of your boys were having a chat with me during the course of yesterday's match, and a lot of them expressed the opinion that they would like to play more of the 50-day variety rather than the longer versions or the T20 format. Why do you think so?
I think the kids will soon realize that they have to be good at T20 as well, because we don't necessarily get to play enough T20 as younger boys. Probably the club cricket does play T20. There's no T20s at school cricket from what I know of. But to be fair, that is the future. Like if you look at the number of leagues, international T20s are also plenty. T20 World Cup happens once every 2 years internationally. Super Smash is in our local sort of IPL. Super Smash is pretty big. A lot of people come and watch it. So I don't mind kids wanting to play T20 at all, really. I mean, if they can. And also, you have to remember, like, if you see now, there's not a lot of crowd, right? Put a T20 and there'll be more people watching because it's exciting for them to watch. I think for the spectators, T20 is pretty good. But that said, unless you have your basics sorted or you make reasonably good sides, you're not going to be wanted in T20s. So if you're looking at T20 leagues, well, you play international cricket, and if you're of some note, only then you start getting pulled up into the leagues. I can tell from and knowing the players who have been there. So technically make sure that you're working really hard at your game. It's okay, you can always catch up with the T20. It's not it's not very hard to catch up with the T20. I think just that long format, red ball cricket is the hardest because, you know, like you have to bat, not, you'll probably face, if you want to have a good knock in T20, you can face like two bowlers and have a very good knock and match winning knock. But in Test cricket, you'll probably have to face like, say, 5 different bowlers, maybe 4 times in a day to actually get to 100. That's the difference. And then one day cricket, same thing, right? So in a 50-over game, if you are, you know, scoring 100, even the faster 100, the guys who score fairly quick 100, they'll still have to bat like 30, 32 overs. You may, in that 32 overs, all 5 bowlers bowl. So you have to face a leg spinner, off spinner, I don't know, left arm spin, and then the fast bowlers, the guys who are good at nipping the ball around and swinging the ball around and all that. So considering all of that, I think you'll value your knock a little bit more in the red ball format. I think most of the players do. But that said, T20 does have a spot in the world cricket and also for the young kids. I do wish that sometimes it's a lot of fun as a batter. You can go and then bowlers really develop a lot of skills. They're not going to bowl the same length balls ball after ball because you become predictable, you get taken to. So they also learn very good skills, bowling slow balls. So it's not, I don't think people used to get wickets, bowling slow balls in Test cricket in the past. Now, but they can. Within like 4 overs, they could bowl a slow ball. And it's good to have skills. Like the skills have grown so much, fielding's improved so much, catching's gone through the roof. So I think all formats have lucky these boys. Now going forward in future, they get to play all three and enjoy the cricket even more.
What about the kind of opposition your boys have been facing on these tours?
Oh, really good. They don't look. I mean, I'll be pretty candid. There's not all of the sites that we faced is not under ratings. That's the truth, right? We don't mind because I know from my experience, I can tell you, like, yeah, I've had 15-year-olds facing first class. So we've actually had a few first class cricketers played against the Hips boys, and actually I'm actually surprised, and shocked is the wrong word, but I'm quite surprised how well they cope with that. Actually, I spoke to those guys who bowled to them, and then they were like, "Wow, man, I can't believe like I'm bowling so well in the first class setup, or you know." And then I come and the school boys smash me all over the park. So it's like, so that credit to the mental makeup, not taking the back stuff, playing very positive brand of cricket, which is what I've liked from Hips. They're very positive kids, amazingly lovely kids. The opponents have been really, really good. And sometimes you do get mixed of slightly older men, which is not a bad thing. We can't do that. I mean, they can play club cricket, but that they can only play in short window. But here, there's no such bars, or we're not saying only play this, and this. So there's a good bunch of experience, and youth is always good for us to come up against.
We find a lot of parents coming on tours to support their children play on these tours like this. You think it does have sort of a psychological effect on the players when they have their parents watching them do all that on the field?
I don't know. I think most of the kids will appreciate their parents watching. I can't watch enough, unfortunately, but it's different strokes for different people. But I think it really helps. Parents watching is actually good for the kids. They look around and go like, if they had a great day, they just feel like, yeah, parents are proud and whatnot. So it's really nice to have parents on these trips, and they really add to the balance, right? After the game, if it is only kids, the parents also get to those cultural exchanges, and they get to know you guys, and you get to know those guys, and we can appreciate different cultures, we can appreciate different world, how things work here and how things work in New Zealand, all that. It's super nice for parents to actually give that sort of support to the kids. And also,
what are your future plans as you go ahead?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of future plans. Every time we come to India, we think of so much more we can do. Hopefully, this will carry on. Like the teams, we kind of restrict to about 3 teams a year. That's at the moment is what we're doing. So because last year, let's say we came with the under 15s, 17s, 2 different times. This time we thought we'll come with all of them. I know it was a big venture, but looks like we're going okay. Only a few more days to go, but I think we've done a reasonably good job with that right now. So going forward, I think I would love to just get a bunch of boys who are, who are knocking on the doorstep of age group cricket, or maybe even first class cricket or Wellington A side. Maybe just come out with them. Maybe, I don't know, 8 to 10 of them. Maybe get 10 of those cricketers because we won't have this sort of facility. We have facility, but we can't pull off. We have very less people in our country, so we can't have 10 bowlers bowling at you and 10 fielders. I can't borrow 10 fielders from some team and try and train with specific kids. But that'd be the plan. So we're starting to look at. That's one of them is that just not just the teams. Maybe bring 10 players and then probably train them for like a 10 days, using these resources we have here. They can bat. I mean, then when they can bat like 5 hours in the net almost every day. I think we can. I think we can improve them so much more. Same with the bowlers, and also we can use the local resources. We've got a lot of contacts locally, and they're good mates as well. So we've tons of spin bowling coaches and the fast bowling. I mean, we've seen how Indians play, like very positive play, cricket, right? So they're highly influenced by the T20 and stuff. So we are not yet influenced like that. So it'd be awesome to get them ready for what is there to come in future. Like get them to hone their skills here. It'd be amazing. And the other one is obviously and also goes to the coaches. We've got some amazingly good coaches back home. I'd love to bring maybe we work with them. Like all of them are associated with New Zealand cricket or Wellington cricket and all that. So we'd love to get say SNC guys or some coaches, spin bowling, fast bowling, strength and conditioning, and a few other boys that we know of who are doing an amazing job, and even international cricketers when they have off time in New Zealand, which they have very less, but even the first class cricketers, bring them over as a bunch and train the local Indian cricketers as well. So local Indian cricketers, and then maybe have our own boys come here, maybe run a 10-day camp where they turn up in the morning and they're working on physical conditioning, and then we jump into some spin bowling and then batting specifically against spin bowling or like spin bowling. There's just so much I can talk about, right? Wrist spin is very different from off spin. How do you place that? How do you face this? How to, like everything, like even the minutest to the details. Like we can only do that. We can't do that during the game, but in the trainings we can do that. So I'm a big believer that if you can tune those things, and then when you come up in the game, you could be better. But so all through the day, cover every aspect of the game: spin, batting, bowling, fast bowling, spin bowling, physical strength and conditioning, and then the mental skills as well. So once we holistically develop those, and in these conditions, and in an open ground, would be amazing because we don't get a chance to play on the open ground and do these things.
What else would you like to convey to people listening to you back home?
It's a pity that they're listening to me. I hope they haven't slept. Probably they dozed off by now. But no, nothing really. I mean, continue to support your lads. It's a long ride. One good day doesn't make it all, or one bad day doesn't spoil it all. So just continue to support this great game of cricket. It teaches you so much more than just scoring runs and wickets. Makes you lifetime friends. Teaches you wins and losses. Readies you for life ahead and the challenges ahead. So continue to support your kids. Yeah, continue to develop the game in whichever possible little way you can.
Well, Ravi Krishnamurthy, thank you very much for joining us and having a long chat in the commentary box. Wish you and your entire contingent the very best, not only on this tour but in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and you're doing an amazing job. So can't thank you enough for turning up day after day after day and doing this. I know, like sitting here 20 minutes, I know it's how hard it is. So I mean, you're thoughtful. Your thoughts on the game of cricket is much appreciated, and hopefully we'll continue to see you lots.
Sure, Ravi. Thank you very much.
Those some heavy stuff you asked. Heavy questions.
Thank you. A spell of rain and the game interrupted for some time. The covers are off at the moment, and once they start playing again, we'll be back with you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as the play resumes here at the Samprasidhi Sports Stadium with Sri Bhagat in charge of bowling operations. He's already sent down 3 deliveries. George State on 15, Joel Grassi on 26 in the Hutt International Boys School, 46 without loss after 8.3 overs. The brief rain stoppage possibly affecting the rhythm of the bowlers especially. And let's see how much they can get back into their groove and trouble the batsman. This time a well pitched up delivery on the off stump, defensively pushed down the track there by George State. The bowler on his follow through does the fielding. No question of any run over there as he walks back all the way to his long bowling run up at the pavilion end. There he is on your screens. Once again, a good length delivery coming in from a share outside the off stump as George State defensively pushes it down into the covers there. No question of a run as it travels straight to the fielder there. This has been tucked away down to third man. The runs on this as the ball speeds away over the ropes for 4 runs at deep third man. Outside the off stump, and the batsman just angled his bat and nudged it between the 2 fielders there. No chance of anyone getting to it as it just raced away over the ropes for 4 runs. So that takes George State on 19 and the score past the 50 run mark here. 50 without loss. Exactly 50 after 9 overs. Sri Bhagat none for 32 after 5 overs. Let's see if there's going to be any bowling change, or will Srinivas Yadav continue the bowl from the Samprasidhi Sports Stadium end. Yes, it is. He's got the wicketkeeper standing well behind. A lone man in the slips gully. Point cover mid-off. This one wide outside the off stump. Not called by the umpire though. The batsman, Joel Grassi, allowing it to go through to the keeper. Bandhav keeping wickets for the home team, the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio. The next one has been tucked away towards the gully region, fielded and returned back there. No question of anything. As the bowler walks back to the top of his long bowling run up at the far end. There he is. Shot pitched, and that's been taken on the bounce and slammed away over the mid-wicket fielder there to the deep mid-wicket fence for 4 runs. Straying down in length there, the bowler, and getting the punishment the ball deserved. The batsman taking it on the rise and slamming it over the head of the fielder there. No question of anyone getting anywhere near to stop it as it races over the ropes on the first bounce for 4 runs. Jewel Grassy goes up to 30 and the total moves up to 54 without loss. Slightly over pitch delivery, once again rising off the pitching outside the off stump, and Grassy allowing it to go straight through to the keeper. And once again picked up on the turn and slammed down to deep square leg for 4 runs. Another loose delivery, sheer outside the leg stump and moving away slightly as well. Grassy picking it up on the rise, slamming his bat over it. The ball screams over the umpire all the way to the ropes for 4 runs. Grassy in more of an attacking mood here after the short break. Produced 2 good cover drives earlier on as well. And now 2 lofted shots on the onside for boundaries in this over. Srinivas Yadav again. And this time a good length delivery, rising up the pitching once again and coming into the batsman, pushed it into the covers there. Straight to the fielder, no run, end of the over. Srinivas Yadav none for 24 after 5 overs. And the Hutt International Boys School 58 without loss after 10 overs. Jewel Grassy on 34 of 37. George Stade on 19 from 23. Their current run rate, as you see on your screens there, 5.80. Certainly good going as far as the initial stages of this match is concerned. Already into 10 overs, 40 more to go. And certainly the 2 of them will have to come up with a lot more of those attacking shots to build up a formidable total. Because there's a 50 over the side game, and anything above or between 270 and 300 should be a good total to defend. They do have the bowling as their captain Lewis was telling us yesterday that we can defend a total of around 270. If that's the case, and they did well to do so, winning by 50 runs against the sports school yesterday. A bowling change at the pavilion end. Sujan Lakshmaya coming in place of Sri Bhagat. The first one, a full toss driven down to the fielder at mid-on. No question of anything over there. Sujan, another medium pacer. Right arm, again over pitch delivery taken on the half volley and attempt to drive on the onside, not quite getting hold of it. The ball travelling straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Got the wicketkeeper standing well behind, the lone man in the slips, a point cover mid-off there on the offside. Good length delivery once again, pushed defensively down the track on the onside by George State. Fielder coming in from slightly square up position to pick it up and return it back. No question of a run. Once again, the sun shining very brightly here at the venue. Pitched on down, runs in this year, turned away past deep square leg for 4 runs. Well connected with a flick of the wrist on the bounce, and there's no question of anyone stopping it. The ball races over the ropes for 4 runs. George goes up to 23, and they total on to 62 without loss. Once again, Sujan walking leisurely to the top of his bowling run up here at the pavilion end. 2 more to go at this over, and let's see what he's got up his sleeve here. Shot pitch, lofted shot there with a quick turn of his wrist, but again, well ahead above the head of the fielder there at mid-wicket. Running down to a deeper position, picked up and returned back, just a single. Taken easily there, and that brings the aggressive and attack-minded Joel Gracie on strike. Pitched on the mid and leg stump, taken on the half volley and driven down towards mid-on. Only a single though. End of the over. Sujan, first over, 6 runs. 64 without loss after 11 overs. The Hutt International Boys School. There's the bowling change at the far end as well, with Siddhant Vasu coming in, the right arm spinner. First spinner in action here at the SPRORTS stereo. Well fired delivery on the mid and leg stump, pushed down to long on as the two of them walk across for a single. 66 without loss. The openers is certainly settling down to some good stroke play. As this one is driven square of the wicket to deep point. But again, there's a fielder there in the deep, only a single to be had. Again, good length delivery turning into the batsman from sheer outside the off stump as he leans forward and diverts it down towards mid wicket. Again, straight to the fielder there, no question of a run. This time the batsman comes out of his crease to meet that delivery, turning appreciably after pitching and cocking up a little as well, but uppish push towards fine leg beyond the reach of the fielder there, no question of anything happening. 67 without loss. This time George State comes forward and pushes it down towards the gully region of the outside edge with his bat. Straight to the fielder there, no run, end of the over. Siddhant Vasu, 3 runs in the first over that he's bowled. And the Hibs, 67 without loss. George State on 25, Joel Grassi on 37. The two of them building up a steady opening partnership for their team. Watching deliveries closely, not hurrying themselves into any rash stroke. Of course, a couple of flashes outside the off stump. Were on view, lucky for them, they did not get a touch. Sujan once again in charge of bowling operations from the podium and short pitch, and that's been slammed over. Deep backward square leg for a huge 6 over the ropes. Loose delivery, short pitch, rising, and the batsman into it. Slammed it over for a huge 6 there. Joel Grassi goes up to 43 and the total on to 73 without loss. So the two of them certainly warming up just as the weather here. The ball is being retrieved and handled back to Sujan. It has been pushed into the covers, but again straight to the fielder there, no question of any run. The ball back with Sujan Lakshmaya there as he begins a fresh delivery. Good length delivery coming a good height after pitching there as the batsman is drawn forward to it. Takes the outer edge and runs down towards short square leg before it's fielded and returned back. They have time enough to cross over for a very comfortable single there. 74 without loss. Grassi on 44. Tate now on strike. Good length delivery, pitching on to the off stump and coming into the batsman who comes forward and drives into the vacant mid-on region and dashes off for a single with the stroke. One more to the total, which now goes up to 75 without loss, and George State moves up to 26. Watching that delivery pitched outside the off stump and keeping low off the pitching, the batsman manages to confidently push it into the point region, straight to the fielder. End of the over, no run there. Sujan none for 14 after 2 overs, and the the Hutt International Boys School 75 without loss after 13 overs. The run rate certainly creeping up somewhat. 5.77, and the projected score, as you see on your screen there, about 290 or so. Certainly good going for the visitors here. Dan bringing a fresh over, flatting that one on the middle stump as George State comes forward and flicks it down to mid-wicket. All along the ground over there to the fielder, no question of a run there. This time he comes out of his crease and takes it on the half volley and drives, but not quite getting hold of it. The ball runs down towards mid-on. Siddhant Vasu moving quickly to his right to do the fielding. This time an uppish pull towards long on by George, but safely out of reach there as he walks across for a single. Two of them not taking undue risks, as I said. Joel Grassi comes forward, takes it on the half volley and pushes it into the cover region, but they fielded and returned back to the bowler. No question of a run over there. It's been cut away nicely, but there's a fielder there at short third man, not giving anything away there. Wrapped on the pads, but the appeal turned down by umpire Rajesh there. Possibly the ball missing the leg stump as he tried to drive, missed it completely there. End of the over. Siddhant Vasu, 2 overs, 4 runs. Sujan Lakshmaya once again in charge of the attack from the pavilion end. Outside the off stump, and the batsman leans across and drives straight past the fielder on the covers there to the deep extra cover region and gets a single, of course, before the ball is fielded and returned from the deep. George goes up to 28. Joel Grassi nearing his individual 50, batting there on 44. Short pitch delivery rising appreciably there as Joel Grassi goes on his back foot and punches it to deep point. Gets another single there. The two of them taking easy singles, well judged. This time again another firm draw of the front foot towards the backward point. Another single here. Low pitch delivery, cut away nicely there, past the diving fielder at point towards the deep backward point area, but then again covering up well over there on the far side. Being thrown in, and once again not missing the opportunity to take a well-judged single, easily had there as well, taking the total on to 80 without loss. Sujan again, full toss and turned away nicely off his patch there towards deep backward square leg, but again there's a fielder there just close to the ropes. Won't get more than a single as a throw comes in. Last ball of the over from Sujan coming up. There he is, right arm over the wicket. Once again, well pitched up to the batsman on the off stump as he comes forward and pushes it down the track for the bowler to pick it up somewhere in the mid-off region. End of the over. Sujan Lakshmaya, 3 overs, 19 runs, 81 for no loss after 15 overs. The Hutt International Boys School. Jewel Grassi on 46 of 51, George stayed on 30 of 39. It was George who initially produced some attacking strokes and did all the scoring, but then Jewel Grassi produced 2 excellent cover drives for boundaries, and from then on not just caught up with his partner but also surpassed him in not just the individual score but also in the rate of scoring. He is now just about 4 runs short of his 50. At the moment, it's George Tate on strike, taking on Siddhant Vasu, the right arm spinner, operating from the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadium, and there he is. And that's going to be, yes, he's out. The ball turning in after pitching, and George Tate went for the drive, got it into the middle of his bat, and the ball lobbed straight back into the hands of the bowler, who did well to bend low and pick it up and break the opening partnership between these two. George Tate and Joel Grassi, as George walked back disappointingly there, with the two of them scoring 81 runs in 15.1 overs. So certainly laying a good foundation for their colleagues to build on, and let's see how much the others can take this along and put up a formidable total. It's going to be Finn Horrigan coming in to join the well-settled Joel Grassi at the wicket. Finn Horrigan produced a couple of good shots during his brief stay at the wicket yesterday, I think. And let's see how much he can do to carry on the momentum here to help his team build up a good total. There he is, taking guard from the umpire, Rajesh, as he marks his crease and As I look around, there he is, counting the fielders inside the circle or on the onside to take on Siddhant Vasu, who's just got the first breakthrough for his team. There he is once again, driving straight past the bowler, but not officially, as it runs down towards the long off as he opens his account with the single. So Finn Horrigan showing attacking intentions from the very start. Slightly off-pitch delivery turning into the batsman as Joel Grassi goes on his back foot. Keeps it out of harm's way, the ball taking the outer edge, running down to first slip, picked up and returned back. And this one keeping low after pitching as the batsman tries to drive, takes a thick outer edge and runs down to the deep third man boundary for 4 runs between the wicketkeeper and first slip. As the batsman went on his back foot and got an edge to it at the last possible moment. As Dan, that's his 50. Joel Grassi on 50 now, from 53 the boundary, fetching him his half century. As he gets a round of applause from his teammates in the pavilion. Once again he goes on his back foot and punches it through towards long on, and that's another boundary. 2 boundaries in a row here for Joel Grassi, playing an attacking innings for his team. $90 for 1 now the total. The ball has just been retrieved from beyond the ropes at long on. Joel Grassi, 54 from 54 deliveries. Run a ball knock for this youngster. Off-pitch delivery taken on the half volley and driven down to mid-wicket rather, as Finn Horrigan wanting a single but slowing down a little, expecting the ball to pass the fielder, but then it wasn't, and before the throw could come in, he quickened and managed to get into the crease to complete the run. End of the over. Siddhant Vasu 1 for 14 after 3 overs. And the total for the Hibs, the Hutt International Boys School, 91 for 1. 16 overs gone of the 50. This match, as I've been telling you, to be played on a day-night basis. The second part of the match to be played under floodlights. The facility available here at the SPRORTS Stadium. Short pitch delivery and punch through to the long off fence for 4 runs all the way. Joel Grassi certainly picking that one up very well. Short pitch delivery coming almost waist height. He was into it. Managed to punch it all the way through. Past the fielder there at between cover and mid-off for 4 runs. Excellent batting there by Joel Grassi. 95 for 1. Off-pitch once again, it takes it on the half volley and drives down, but this time straight to mid-off there as the fielder who picks it up. No question of a run over there. He's on 59 from 57, and Ben Horrigan having just opened his account with a single. Then again, outside the off stump, a rising delivery as the batsman goes on his back foot and drives it square of the wicket there to deep point and walks across for a leisurely single. Sujan again. Short pitch, rising delivery outside the off stump, and this time umpire Narayan signals it a wide. The single takes a total on to 97, 3 runs short of the 100-run mark here. The Hutt International Boys School was a loss of 1 wicket. Once again, wide outside the off stump, and another wide call there by the umpire. So Sujan straying in line on 2 occasions in this over. Three wides in a row here. Better looking delivery this time. Off pitch, but on the stumps as the batsman on his front foot drives to the deep cover region and gets a single. Off pitch, lofted shot here, and that's going to be 4 runs over the head of the fielder at between mid-off and long-off there inside the 30-yard circle, and no chance of anyone stopping it. That brings the 100 up for the Hutt International Boys School. There you see it. $103 for 1 now. 16.5 overs gone. Joel Grassi goes up to 64. Sujan comes racing into ball, but finding the batsman not quite ready. Returns to the top of his bowling run up here at the pavilion end. Outside the off stump, and once again taken on the half volley and driven down, but then straight to the fielder there at a long off. So picks it up and returns just a single. End of the over. Sujan Lakshmaya, none for 32 after 4 overs, and the total for the Hutt International Boys School 104 for 1 after 17 overs. Ben Horrigan on 2, Joel Grassi on 65 from 60. Single of the first ball from Siddhant Vasu, driven down to long on there by Grassi. And this time, watching it carefully there, Finn Horrigan pushes this with the turn onto the untenanted square leg region and walks across for a single there. He goes up to 3 and the total to 106 for 1. Outside the off stump as Joel Grassi tries to cut the ball, cutting in a little sharply after pitching there, beaten by the turn there. Joel Grassi, lucky he didn't get a touch. Taken by the keeper. Once again, he goes on his back foot and punches it through mid wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs here. There was a fielder there, dived to his right, but was unable to stop it as it rolled over the ropes for 4 runs. There you see it. 4 more to Joel Grassi, who goes up to 70, and the total to 110 for 1. Good length ball turning in from the off stump as Joel Grassi watches it carefully and leans forward to push it defensively down the track there for the bowler to do the fielding himself. Once again, he drives outside the off stump, but again Siddhant Vasu does well to drive, to dive and pick it up. Prevents more runs, but can't deny the two of them a single as they walk across. End of the over, Siddhant Vasu 1 for 21 from the 4 overs that he has sent down. 111 for 1, all the ones on the board. 1, 1, 1 for 1. Finn Horrigan on 3, Joel Grassi on 71, and he keeps in strike as a result of that single. Joel Grassi also brought off 2 wonderful catches at backward point in the match yesterday against the sports school, resulting in crucial dismissals. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change here. Yes, it's going to be skipper Dhruv Vasu coming into ball, the first over. Replacing Sujan Lakshmaya here at the pavilion end. Dhruv Vasu, left arm spinner. There he is, bowling around the wicket. The first delivery, well pitched up to the batsman on the off stump. He manages to just push it down to point. Outside the off stump, and Joel Grassi drives slightly uppishly there, the ball falling just short of the fielder there in the covers. In the meantime, the ball ricochets off his hands. They manage to take a single. Half chance, one must say. This one coming into the batsman from outside the off stump again as the batsman is drawn forward. Tries to pushes it once again towards point but misses it completely there. Once again, the ball turning in sharply from outside the leg stump, in fact, going away from the right-hander, who managed to turn it around to backward square, but there's a fielder. No question of a run there to the right of the square leg umpire. Over-pitch delivery taken on the half volley and gently driven to long off as they amble across for a single. Ben Horrigan trying to assess the pitch and the bowling before he settles down to produce his patent shots. And this one just outside the grasp of the diving fielder had slipped there as Joel Grassi came forward to it and got an outside edge. And the launched left fielder dived to his right to triple late there. Definitely a possible chance as the ball sped away to the deep third-man fence for 4 runs. Joel Grassi gets a life. There's also 4 runs here. He moves up to 76 and the total to 117 for 1 after 19 overs of the 50 to be bowled. Twenty overs gone, 118 for 1. Siddhant Vasu 1 for 22 after 5 overs. Joel Grassi on 76 and Finn Horrigan on 5. This one well pitched up to pin outside the off stump as he guides it past the fielder there at step and to the deep third man fence for 4 runs there. Well placed between the two fielders there as the ball raced away of the middle of the bat as he gently opened the face of it and guided it past the fielders for 4 runs. First boundary for Finn Horrigan. This is taken on the bounce and driven down to long off, just a single. .21 of the 50 gone, 126 for 1. It's going to be Dhruv's brother Siddhant once again coming into bowl. This one has been taken on the rise and turned away to deep mid-wicket by Grassy, but only a single. The man fielding close to the boundary line there. And this one turning in very sharply, and the batsman coming forward but missing it completely, possibly the ball missing the leg stump as it hit his left pads. The appeal turned down there by the umpire. It's been turned away to square leg as they race away for a single. The throw coming in quickly to the wicket keeper, but Grassy home and dry. We have not seen any misunderstanding among the batsmen so far in taking those singles. George State and Jewel Grassi did a wonderful job of crossing over every time there was a possibility. And this is taken on the rise and lofted there high over the deep mid-wicket ropes for, we'll wait for the umpire signal. 4 runs, it's gone over the ropes on the first bounce. Lofted shot there, a little more power and it could have carried over the ropes, but that wasn't to be. All the same, 4 runs to Jewel Grassi as he picked that ball up on the rise and produced a uppish shot, but safely out of reach of the fielder there, close to the ropes. He goes up to 83. And the total to 132 for 1. This one once again rolls over the deep fine leg fence for 4 runs, wide called by the umpire as well. So 5 runs coming off the delivery here. 5 extras, 137 for 1. As I said, the 2 brothers operating from either end. Once again, Drew won, as I was telling you, but there is a misunderstanding right now between the 2 of them, to go or not to go. Eventually, they decided not to and stayed put in the safety of their creases. That one was driven down gently towards whitish mid-wicket. There was a fielder there. Once again taken on the rise and driven down to long on, another single. End of the over. Siddhant Vasu 1 for 34 after 6 overs. The only bowler to take a wicket, that of George State, whom he had caught and bowled. "22 gone, 138 for 1. It's going to be Dhruv to continue to bowl. As he sets the field for Jewel Grassi. Full toss. Punch through to long on, but before the throw could come in from the deep, they managed to cross over for a single. Dhruv wearing in length, not able to control that delivery. Lucky for him, the batsman did not make much use of it except for getting a single there. Better looking delivery this time and a good length. Pitching on the midland leg stump as when Horrigan comes up and drives down towards mid-on, the bowler moving quickly to his right to do the fielding. Dhruv operating around the wicket, and this time Finn Horrigan drives but straight to the fielder once again at in the covers rather. No run here. This time he managed to find the gap there, and that should be 4 runs. Yes. To the deep cover fence, past the fielder on the covers there, imparting enough power for the ball to carry past him, finding the gap as well. So that brings the total on to 143 for 1. Ben Horrigan on 16 from 19 that he has faced. This time Dhruv wanting the fielder on the covers to move slightly squarer. Pitching this one on the mid-lane leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket, very, very briskly there by Horrigan as he races away for a single with the stroke. Jewel Grassi responding well to take it. Opened the innings with George State and has stayed on to produce some absolutely stunning shots there. This tall, frail-built New Zealander. And this time he comes forward to it, gets an edge, and the ball off the top edge of the bat races past the wicketkeeper for 4 runs. Certainly another life, one must say. The wicketkeeper Bandhav reacting a little late there. The ball just sped past him at the last possible moment. Joel Grassi goes up to 89 with that boundary, and the total to a 148 for 123 overs gone. End of the over from Dhruv Vasu. 3 overs, 24 runs, yet to take a wicket. As the players gather around for a sip of water, the game held up briefly here. The umpires, the batsmen, and also the fielders gathering to refresh themselves. We approach the halfway mark of the innings in terms of the number of overs, 23 of the 50 gone. The fielders are back in positions, and there's going to be a bowling change on the far end. Siddhant Vasu has been taken off the firing line, and it's going to be Samrat Donor to take charge of the attack from the Samprasidhi Sports Stadium. And here is right arm over the wicket. Right arm spinner, flighted delivery, taken on the full and punched through to deep point there by Finn Horrigan. As the throw comes in from the deep, the batsman managed to take 2 quick runs of that first delivery. Horrigan moves up to 17 and the score to 148 for 1. At this time he could be out. Yes, he is. Samrat striking a blow is very, very second delivery. Tossed that one right up to the batsman. Finn Horrigan went for the drive, managed to make contact, but wasn't able to keep it down, and the ball flew to the hands of the fielder and the covers who did well to judge and hold on to that catch as Finn Horrigan walks back after scoring 17 runs. It's 148 for 2 of the 23 point. 2 overs, I think. So the Hutt International Boys School losing their second wicket. Once again, the boys managing to have a sip of water as before the new man could come in. It's going to be their captain, Lewis Jeffries, who scored a marvelous 82, I think, in the match yesterday. Looked well set for a century, but then got out with a shot which landed right into the hands of the fielder there in the long off area. Here he is now, player, batsman with a lot of talent. His coach and his teammates hold him in high esteem, expected to rise above. A lot of them in Wellington, not just in this team, into representative cricket for the New Zealand age group and the junior sides before he stakes his claim for a place among the Black Caps. Samrat doing well to strike a blow in his very first over. This is outside the off stump and Rajesh stretches his hands to declare a wide there. Flighted again, this time Jeffries takes it on the half volley and drives past the bowler towards long off. Opens his account with a single. Confident looking drive there by the Hutt International Boys School captain. This ball turning away from the right-hander. Joel Grassi having a close watch, allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper, not offering any stroke to that one. Once again, the sun hiding behind the clouds here at the SPRORTS Sports Stadium. Full toss taken on the full and punched through to long on, straight to the fielder there, only a single. Flighted delivery, well pitched up to Jeffries, who defensively pushes it down on the offside for the bowler to pick it up. End of the over. Samrat Donor 1 for 3 in the very first over that is bowled, given away just 3 runs and picked up a wicket for a very promising start. Looks as though it's going to be Dhruv to continue bowling operations after taking off his brother Siddhant Vasu from the opposite end. It was a good move because Samrat Donor managed to effect a breakthrough and get rid of Jim Finn Horrigan. This one is taken on the half volley and driven down by Jeffries to long on, but only a single. Jewel Grassi takes fresh guard from the umpire. As Drew once again left arm spinner operating from around the wicket to the right hander. I wonder why. Because most often and this has been taken on the rise and driven down gently to long off. There's a fielder there. Won't get more than a single. Jeffries takes this one on the rise and pulls it away past the fielder at mid-on. But there's a backup close to the fence. Not more than a single there. Jeffries goes up to 2. The total to 155 for 2. Jewel Grassi once again gets to the pitch of that flatted delivery and drives on the half volley. Too long off all along the ground, another single. He goes up to 93. Just 7 runs short of what should be an absolutely deserving 100 here for this youngster. This time Jeffries takes this one off the back foot on the rise and pulls it along to long on, gets another single. Jewel Grassi, I beg your pardon. Jeffries. He goes up to 93 now. Well tossed up delivery, flatter trajectory, going straight through. Jeffries trying to jab at it. Lucky didn't get a touch taken by the keeper. End of the over. Dhruv Vasu, none for 29 after 4 overs. The total to 156 for 2 after 25 overs as we reach the halfway mark in terms of the bowling overs. 25 gone of the 50 to be bowled. Samrat commencing a fresh over, flights this one on the middle and leg stump to the batsman as he turns this away with a quick flick of the wrist towards deep mid-wicket and walks up for a single there. He goes up to 94. And cut away nicely there, past backward point, and that should be runs in this as it's fielded just inside the boundary line and thrown in. In the meantime, they managed to take 2 runs. Lewis Jeffries goes up to 5. The total to 159 for 2, and the projected score, as you can see on your screens, around 314.15. And that one has been taken on the half volley and slightly uppish shot past the bowler there to long on, but again only a single to Jeffries. 160 now for 1, for 2 rather. Samrat once again fights this one on the off stump as Lewis Jeffries tries to drive, gets the bottom of the bat as the ball runs down towards the mid wicket there, straight to the fielder. No question of a run this time. Been pushed square on the wicket to point, and they dash across for a sharp single. Take it well to add to the total. 162 for 2. End of the over from Samrat. 2 overs gone, 1 for 9. Tidy bowling indeed, considering the fact that Jewel Grassi, batting on 95, has not been able to take much liberties with him, with the newcomer Lewis Jeffries, watchful and also hesitant to have a go at the bowling. Samrat has managed to tie them down with a steady line and length. This time it's taken on the half volley and punched through the covers there to a deeper position by Lewis Jeffries, but he will not get more than a single as the throw comes in from the deep. Brings Joel Grassi on strike here. Just 5 runs short of what should be an absolutely wonderful 100 for him. Good length delivery. This time Drew switching over the wicket to the batsman, to the right-hander. As he pushes us into the covers as Drew walks up to do the fielding himself. Short pitch, rising shot here. He could be out. No, the ball just falling short of the fielder there in the deep at the deep mid wicket. Only a single tired looking shot there by Joel Grassi. Possibly the heat and the long period he's been there out in the middle getting the better of him. Another uppish back foot lob there to long on by Jeffries as they get only a single. Possibility of an overthrow was there, but the two of them deciding not to risk it. This time off the back foot, the front foot he drives to long on again, but another single to Joel Grassi. He goes up to 97. Inching closer and closer to the coveted century mark. This time Lewis Jeffries goes on the back foot and tries to cut. Gets an inside edge, I think, as the ball races between the stumps and the batsman, beating the wicketkeeper there all the way to the deep fine leg fence for 4 runs. Lucky for the batsman, the ball did not lodge onto the wicket. End of the over from Drew is going to be Samrat Dunur once again being given the ball to continue bowling operations. .27 gone of the 50. This time, oh my God, there's a misfielding there at the ropes and a chance for the two of them to take 2 runs with Jewel Grassi limping back to his crease there. He goes up to 99. 1 run short of the century there as the light darkens. Once again, the sun hiding behind the clouds above the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo. Strong gust of wind blowing as well. And this has been tucked away there by Joel Grassi towards mid wicket, and they take one, and that's all they'll get. But that's his 100. There he is, acknowledging the cheers from the stands and getting a pat from his skipper as well. Lewis Jeffries walks up to congratulate his teammate and batting partner at the moment. 100 of 90 deliveries, taking the total up to 173 for 2. An absolutely stunning knock here by Joel Grassi. Put on 81 runs for the first wicket with his opening partner. That was George Tate. And now in the company of his skipper, he's managed to reach the 100-run mark individually. Of course, he had a brief partnership with Jim Horrigan as well, not to forget. The home team certainly pushed back on the defensive by the Hutt International Boys School top order. This time Jeffrey Lewis goes on his back foot and punches it to the whitish deep mid-wicket fence for 4 runs. Well timed, well placed. Not enough power, but good enough to cross the ropes over there. He goes up to 17 from 16. The total to 177 for 2. Off the back foot, he drives into the extra cover region, and before the ball is stopped, picked up and returned back, they scrape through for a single. End of the over. Samrat 1 for 17 after 3 overs. 28 gone, 178 for 2. Joel Grassi getting to his 100 of 90 deliveries, and Lewis Jeffries on 18 from 17. There's a bowling change at the pavilion end. It's going to be Satwik to take fresh charge here, as his captain Dhruv Vasu takes himself off and brings in Satwik, the right arm spinner. Well tossed up delivery outside the off stump, tucked away towards shot third man as the two of them walk across for a single. Satwik having the wicketkeeper standing well up. Lone man in the slip point, backed up by a man at the deep point boundary, a cover. And once again, the ball rising disconcertingly outside the off stump as the batsman puts his bat out. The ball takes the top edge and races away between the wicketkeeper and the slip to the third man fence for 4 runs. There you see it. Another possible chance, but the reaction was a little late by the fielder in the steps. 4 runs all the same. Full toss. Pulled away to deep mid wicket by Jewel Grassi. Certainly looking a lot tired here. But carrying on. 105 now is individual score. And a total of 184 for 2. Well pitched up delivery outside the off stump as Jeffries comes forward to drive, gets a thick inner edge, and the ball races across to shot square leg on the other side of the field rather than the one Jeffries intended to play towards. In any case, no damage done. This one taken on the rise and just punched away to the long on fence for 4 runs. One bounce, the ball screams over the ropes. Loose delivery and Jeffries into it, not missing the opportunity to slam it over for 4 runs. First stroke by the captain. Pitch shot once again. Again, it takes it on the bounce and pulls it along to wide deep mid wicket, but gets only a single this time. End of the over. Satvik, 11 runs in his first over. 189 to 2. The Hutt International Boys School. Samrat Ganur continuing to bowl from the Sanskrit stereo end. It was Jeffries taking this one on the rise and punching it through the covers there. Close to the fence, who manages to give away not more than a single. 190 for 2. Lewis Grassi takes this one outside the leg stump on the half volley and drives to long on. Another single. Once again off the back foot. Taken on the rise and slammed the way down the big bat and the two walk across for just another single there. 192 for 2, 8 runs short of the 200 mark. And the Hutt International Boys School build up their total. Full toss taken on the full and punched away. Wait for the umpire signal, and that's 4 runs over the ropes on the first bounce at deep mid wicket. Well, pitched up to Jeffries outside the leg stump as he takes it on the half volley and punches it to long on and walks across for a single. Yeah. 30 overs gone, 198 for 2. Jewel Grassi on 111 from 95, and Lewis Jeffries, the captain, on 27 from 24. And at this point of time, we are joined in the commentary box by two of the Hutt International Boys School teammates, George Tate, who opened the batting earlier on in this innings, and Thomas Kinnan, the star of the show yesterday, took 4 wickets. Welcome, George and Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be commentating back in the commentary box again.
Thank you. It's great to be here for the first time commentating for him.
You want to become a commentator?
Maybe.
Well, good luck. You're batting so well. What happened all of a sudden? You gave that catch. Today you batted. Your name? This is
That's-
your fine.
yeah.
Sorry, sir. What happened? You were batting so well, George.
Yeah, I guess push one it might have stuck in the system. You know, Madeline lost focus in the heat, but yeah, I guess all learnings for the season and next game, I guess.
How did you find the bowling attack, the medium paces and the spinners when you faced them?
Yeah, they're all very handy. The spinners especially getting it to really rip off the deck today. And the paces got some good movement early on. It's quite challenging.
Who troubled you, if at all?
I have to say the off spinner who got me out in the end. He was just really getting it to turn off the deck.
Your partner has been going great guns, still there with 100.
Yeah, he's looked really solid out there, Joel. Yeah, it's been a really nice inning. He can keep it up and really turn it into a really big score.
Your captain played a good knock in yesterday's match, and he's now giving company to the Centurion. How much you think they can do to take this forward?
Well, they're both very, very good batters, so hopefully they can push our score up and let the others take over at the end. Hopefully push for a big score.
It's now 201 for 2, and the projected score is around 324. Good enough for you to bowl the opponents out here, George?
Yeah, I think 324 would be a good target. Just hold them under. We're thinking 350 would be great for us, so 325 would be happy with that, and I'll be confident with our bowling attack to keep them under 324.
Yesterday, your captain was here, and he was saying, I have got enough bowlers to defend a total of 270. So today you should be more than happy.
Yeah, we've got great seamers up top, and then we just go through the whole list of spinners as well, so it's great to have that many weapons for the bowlers.
This is going to be, you played earlier under floodlights here?
No, this would be my first time, and I think most of the team's first time playing under floodlights, so it'll be a great experience and something new for all of us to learn and play in.
You.
Yeah, it'll be my first time today as well. Just really excited to see how it plays differently to the standard game.
Would you have liked to bat under floodlights, or what was your opinion when your captain chose to bat first under normal light?
Well, I always personally like to bat first, and I think it was probably the right call today. But batting under floodlights would have been a new experience, some good new learning.
You're going to ask him not to take batting first the next time out?
No, I'd say batting first is probably the right call here.
As a bowler, I'm pretty happy to be able to bowl under lights. It'll be see, cool to see what happens if I can get some movement more than usual. That'll be good to see.
The opponent will not be able to side the ball better.
Yes, hopefully that helps us out, keeps them on a lower score, and gets us more wickets.
What are your future plans? How do you go about your career from here onwards?
Um, in the near future, in the upcoming season, I'm gonna take this on all the learnings that I've come across playing in India, and especially facing the spinners. It's been really good to see how they operate in the subcontinent.
Yeah, it'll be good, like George said, just to take all the learnings from here and just improve my game, which can eventually help out the team win more games and win tournaments and stuff like that. So it'll be good.
What are your career plans? You want to take to cricket as a profession? You want to become professional cricketers, or how are you going to go about it as you advance in your cricketing careers?
I guess we'll see in the future, but I mean, if it happens, it happens. I guess so. I get got to keep sticking at it, putting in the hard yards, and see where it takes me.
Do you want it to happen?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. That'd be nice.
You're working towards it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm just taking it season by season, seeing where I go. Still just working hard, trying to improve my game in every aspect, and hopefully one day get somewhere where I'm happy.
I mean, I forgot to ask both of you. Is this your first visit to India?
Yeah. So it is mine, probably most of the team as well. And it's been really good so far. And really good experience. The culture and how they play cricket.
Yeah, it's my first time in India as well. It's been a great experience and just new learnings from every aspect of it.
What is the feedback that you get from your coach after your performances here on this tour?
The feedback I get from PB or coach been pretty positive actually at the moment. So we're just trying to take learnings through every game for the next and for the upcoming season. So we're really just positive mindset.
Yeah, PB's been positive. If like we made a mistake, he like just tells us how we could have improved on it, and just helps us out and to get better in the aspect of our game that we were lacking in for that day.
You also keep wickets for your other teams when you play club cricket back home?
Um, yeah, I keep wickets usually. Which has been really good to keep in India.
Why do you say that?
I guess it's just more spinners bowling, so more time under the helmet, which is good for me to learn, I guess. And yeah, it's good for me to.
You would like to keep bowling, or you want to become a bowling all-rounder? What are your plans?
Currently for my team back in New Zealand, been bowling all rounder still, so just gonna keep it up, having a bit of a bat and still bowling, which is just good. Keep me involved in the game for both innings.
Who's your role model as a wicketkeeper?
Um, Probably as a keeper, I'd have to say MS Dhoni. You know, he's one of the greatest keepers of all time. And yeah,
You often watch his videos or matches whenever he was involved earlier.
yeah, and also his current games at CSK. He's just a great person to watch play cricket. Plays it in the right way.
And what about wicketkeepers back home in New Zealand?
Well, yeah, the current test keeper, uh, Tom Blundell, he's a really good role model to look up to. Also, in the short term, I guess, Captain Lewis, who's also a keeper. He's a really great role model to look in net.
What about you?
For bowlers, no one really. I mean, I just take a bit about it. Everyone's book for bowlers. Tim Southey a bit. The new guy, Folk, for New Zealand as well. And as a batter, I just like to, I just like Kane, as everyone in New Zealand would watch. Just the way he bats, he changes his tempo to how the situation is. So it's great to watch and just learn from that.
How much do you follow your national team when they play a series or ICC tournaments?
I yeah, I generally watch all of the games when I can. Um, in the recent ones, I have stayed up all night sometimes when we make the semi-finals or finals. It's been really good to watch.
What about you?
I follow the Black Caps a bit, not as much as others. I follow the Australian cricket team a bit more, because I enjoy their test matches. And the Black Caps, I follow their test matches, but not as T20s or 50 overs as much.
Australia has been a great rival to New Zealand. So how do you enjoy their clashes? They're going to play 3 T20s in the near future.
Yeah, some of my favourite cricketers are from Australia, like Josh Philippe, so hopefully he's playing against him. I can watch him score a lot of runs against the Black Caps.
You're going to cheer for the Australians.
No, I cheer for the Black Caps, but just want Josh Philippe to score a lot of runs as well.
Well, George, don't tell anyone about him back home.
Oh wow! Can't believe that. Wow, the betrayal. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't wait for Josh Felipe to get some ducks.
What time now back home?
The 7.5 hour time difference now due to daylight saving.
Time to sleep.
Yeah.
Will anyone from your family or friend circle watching you play at this time of the night?
Family, if you're watching, hello. Uncle Mike, if you're up to watching, hello. But no, I don't think they'll be awake. They'll probably all be asleep. Be watching tomorrow's games when it's a bit earlier for them.
Yeah, same with Thomas. I think my family they should be fast asleep by now. Hopefully they get to see us tomorrow.
Well, anything else you'd like to tell those who are watching this telecast here in India and other places?
Yeah, just thanks for all the support back home. We see it on the field. It does take having a effect. So really great to see the views of our matches going up and up.
So all of you have enjoyed watching this team play cricket over the last 10 days. It's been great for us, so I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it at home as well.
Well, George and Thomas, thank you very much for coming here and having a chat with us. Wish you all the best on this tour and also in future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's been great to be up here.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you.
I'm not Ravi. This is Ravi Krishnamurthy, Ravi and Rachin's dad, who had come here for a chat. Just as you're cheering the Australians. Getting mixed up. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. All the best. In any case, as we are having the chat here with these two players from the Hutt International Boys School, George Tate and Thomas Kinnan, the score at the moment is 213 for 2, with Joel Grassi on a superbly made 120, and Lewis Jeffries is captain on 33. 33 overs gone, 17 more to go. We are into the 34th with Sri Bhagat, who opened the bowling from the pavilion end, now being switched over to the far end. The Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo end. The first ball driven to the point, but not more than a single to be had there. There he is, left arm over the wicket bowls, off pitch delivery, taken on the half volley and driven down to long off. Overthrow here, resulting in a comfortable second run for the two of them. Joel Grassi going up to 122 of 108 deliveries. Certainly looking a bit tired, no doubt. The frequent sips of water tells it all. Not surprising because it's been quite hot and humid out there in the middle. And this is taken on the rise and intended drive, getting the top of the bat and rolling over the heads of the fielders there to the deep backward point boundary for 4 runs. He just swung his bat at it rather belatedly. Nevertheless, the ball took the outside edge and lobbed high and over the heads of the fielders there, dropping over the line on the second bounce for 4 runs. 220 for 2 now. Sri Bhagat coming in with a long bowling run up. And again, lofted shot here. Runs in this, and that's going to be 4 runs as well towards the deep fine leg region outside the leg stump. And once again, Joel Grassi swings his bat at it, connecting very well, and the ball rolling over the ropes on 1 bounce for 4 runs. There you see it, just a flick of the wrist. And into the rope. 130. Joel Grassi. The total goes up to 224. Once again, attractive drive there to long off, and another attempt to run out the batsman of the non-striker, then resulting in a second overthrow here. The two of them enjoying themselves to take those unsought after gift, taking the total to 226 for 2. Last ball of the over from Sri Bhagat to come up. And again, stepped away down over the head of the wicketkeeper. A thick edge for the intended sweep. Nevertheless, all the way to the fence below the side screen behind the wicketkeeper for another boundary. So 3 boundaries in this over from Sri Bhagat, who's bowled 7 overs and given away 54 runs, and yet to take a wicket. 34 gone, 16 more to go. 230 for 2, the total for the visiting team, the Hutt International Boys School. Joel Grassi going up to 136 from 112. What a knock this has been for this youngster. Fresh over commencing from the pavilion end. Looks like that was Siddharth Vasu. Bit of a brief hold up here. Possibly the wicketkeeper hurt himself a little in trying to gather that ball which came off the bat of the batsman, lobbed right in front of him. He managed to pick it up. Bhairav. In any case, the game held up a little here at the moment, with the wicketkeeper in some pain there as he gets first aid treatment. 34.1 overs, 230 for 2. The current run rate is 6.73, quite healthy, 337 or so the projected score. And at this point of time, we have two of the other teammates. These two are in the middle there. Lewis Jeffrey is the captain on 34 and Joel Grassi on 136. We have Jack Gary and Will Grieve with us in the commentary box here. Welcome to both of you.
Thanks. It's good to be here again.
Well, how do you think the match is going?
Oh, I think Joel's batting pretty well. I think he's 136, especially in this heat. It's really impressive. And I think he's starting to feel a little bit of slow running between the wickets and a bit of fatigue setting in.
Really strong position. We can push for a great score later on.
You got off to a good start. George was here, and in fact, he was out to a rather unexpected shot, and he offered a catch. So you think his dismissal and later Finn Horrigan also played quite well. They have not mattered much, and you've been able to build a good total.
Yeah, no, I think some of the boys, especially Joel, sticking it in for 35 overs and being on 140 odd. I think batters batting around him, the three boys that have batted around him have been really important. To help Joel, stay with it, put a good total up on the board for the boys.
Yeah, it was crucial not to lose two in a row. So the little plunge was doing this little plunge. They really helped us to score forward.
Is he the first batsman to score a century on this tour, or anyone else has done it?
Oh, we had Tony and Lewis both score hundreds on the first day, and then we had score 100 on day 3.
So this is the 400 of the tour. And that it's smashed down towards the whitish mid-wicket region there, but then there's a fielder at the ropes, only one run there. What do you think of the opponent bowling?
Oh, I think he's pretty handy. Bowls some good areas from what I can see so far. Doesn't offer too much to the batsman, like scoring ups and wise. He's set the field really well, as we see Lewis get on the sweep, and he's already got a man out there to protect that boundary option.
How many runs and wickets have you all taken on this tour so far? Have you keep account of it?
Oh, I've had a few. I had a couple of poor days with the bat, but when I was with Joe when he scored 100, me and him put on 180. I was 52 off 80 odd.
You bowled pretty well yesterday. What is the most important thing that you have gained on this tour so far?
Adapting to the different conditions back home. Obviously, spin. Obviously, the pitches adapt to spin really well. So having to, change the way I bat to be more focused on, rotating the strike, especially the spinners, which I don't feel is a strong scoring option of mine. So yeah.
Learning to use variations when I'm bowling, try and trick the batsman, getting into a false shot, keep him guessing.
I was asking George and Thomas as well. What are your future plans as you go about in your careers?
I was here yesterday and I said, hopefully play for Wellington under 19s in the next couple of years. Play first 11, especially next year. That'd be a big goal.
Yeah, same for me, really, being part of the first 11 next year, and then continuing with cricket on through university and later studies.
You plan to become professional cricketers, or how do you go about it along with your academics?
Oh, I'd certainly like to become a professional cricketer. It's always been a big dream of mine. I've always played like sports here and there, but cricket's always been like the main one where I've wanted to pursue a big career.
qualification for me. So maybe going professional wasn't as realistic as I thought it would be. So yeah, still focusing on academics.
Your favorite cricketers back home?
I was in here yesterday. I said Rutton, and I can name my bowler. I haven't really thought of the bowler who's my favorite.
I'll probably go with Trent Bolt as my favourite New Zealand cricketer.
What do you think is going to happen in your upcoming series? New Zealand versus Australia, 3 T20s coming up.
Yesterday I said 3-0 to New Zealand.
You're also in the company of Thomas Kinnan. He said he'd be cheering for Australia.
Oh, hang on, Thomas. No. That is a rubbish claim, Thomas. We'll definitely be having a chat later tonight.
I think you better have a chat with him, because even I was telling George, don't tell anyone back home.
Oh, I'm sure people back home, especially his parents, would be happy with that one.
His favorite cricketers are more of Australians than the New Zealanders. How do you say? How do you look at that one?
I feel it's a little disappointing from you, Tom. I wasn't really expecting your favourite cricketer to be Australian, but we all have our personal preferences.
Lighting some fire in your dressing room. Well, as you go about these shows and you play under different conditions and things like that, do you think the kind of opposition you have got matches your talent, or you think you're better than them? How do you look at it?
I don't know, some of the, like Australia, we played the same team like every day, so it's pretty easy to adapt, the way they play, some of the variations the bowlers had. But with India playing like lots of different teams, I feel like some of the teams have matched our skill level, and obviously there have been lots of standout players in some teams. Like this team has a couple of good opening bowlers, nip it around a little bit, and it's the same for their spinners. Like I think they've definitely got better spinners than we do back home, and they just train a lot more than we do. Like cricket, they live cricket, don't they?
Well,
I think for all the games so far, they seem to be pretty evenly matched, with both standout players in every game performing. And so it's just who wants it more and who's more passionate about the game.
what about your studies? How do you go about in your academic career?
Oh, I'm not the strongest out of us two, but I try here and there. Try to do the work. Obviously, we've got exams coming in next week, so you got to put in a bit of effort to get some good grades in there.
Yeah, academics is a strong focus for me, really. I try to do a little bit of stuff every night after I get home from school. Stay on top of all my work, try and get ahead.
How does your school balance your academics and your sports, especially cricket?
I feel like school is pretty good. If we're away on trips like these, then it's pretty good on knuckling down on studying, like especially because it's exam time. They need to knuckle down and really motivate some of the boys to get some study done, especially the people who aren't as academically focused as well. But yeah, I guess they balance it pretty well. They do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, I think the teachers are also really important and really considerate. They know we're away and we won't have much time to do study, so they always find the most efficient tools for us to use to give us the best chance to study quickly.
Apart from cricket, what other activity you indulge in back home?
Bit of social football on the weekend and a bit of golf. So trying to stay fit throughout the year.
I'm quite strong at football. I'm in the school second 11 at the moment and hoping to be in the first 11 next year.
Anything else you would like to convey to people who might be still awake and watching? What your thoughts are?
What their thoughts are?
What your thoughts are? What they
to
heard, they
people back
hear
home.
you.
I don't know, just keep sending your support out to the boys through the group chat. All those messages matter, especially for like boys like Joel, who've like not struggled but like haven't found form but have a quick game like this. I feel that like a bit of praise is really important for these kind of players.
Yeah, just thank you all the support that you keep providing. And if you are still watching, thank you.
You already are 253 for 2. So what do you think is going to be the result of this match?
I don't know if the boys keep going like this, and Joel gets to like 175. Hopefully, he does get there. I don't really want to think because I did that yesterday. But like we said yesterday, anything above 250 is a defendable score, and as we defended it yesterday. But I think with the start we've got off to now, and, the momentum these guys are carrying on, I feel like something above 350, 360 is a really good score to have on this pitch.
As well?
Regardless of the score we get, we're going to use the ball really well. We'll do a good wicket for batting, and they will have some awesome batters. So we just got to hit our length and take wickets early.
Well, in any case, you're sitting pretty in the match here, and wish you all the best for this match and also in your future endeavors in the years to come. Thank you for joining us, Jack, Gary, and Will Grief.
Thank you.
The score now 255 for 2, 36.3 overs. Siddhant Vasu back into the attack, this time from the pavilion end. Flattered and attempt to sweep. The ball takes the outer edge and lobs behind the head of the wicketkeeper there, but landing in no man's territory and giving the opportunity for the two of them to cross over for a very, very easy single there. 260 for 2. And off the back foot has been thumped down towards Waddy's deep mid wicket for 4 runs there by Lewis Jeffries, who's going up to 42, I think, with that boundary. Slightly slower delivery coming up waist high to the batsman, who went on his back foot and punched it over the head of the fielder there inside the 30-yard circle as it creamed over the ropes for 4 runs. Once again, flighted delivery, but this time well pitched up to the batsman, not giving him much room to execute shot properly. As he tries to drive, takes the outer edge and runs down to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder there. No run, end of the over. 37 gone, 13 more to go. 264 for 2. Jeffries on 42. Joel Grassi on 154. All Wrapped on the pads there, and this time the finger goes up as that delivery came in sharply after pitching outside the off stump as Joel Grassi tried to steer it down towards the square leg region, missed it completely, hit on the patch there in front of the wicket. There he is as he walks back after scoring an absolutely marvelous 158 runs out of a total of 270 as Satvik picks up his first wicket. 1 for 31, 4.4 overs. So the Hutt International Boys School lose another wicket, but they are certainly very comfortably placed as Joel Grassi gets a big hand there from his teammates in the pavilion, scoring a splendid 158. Of course, he looked quite tired there. And a couple of lofted shots, miscued attempts there, fell short of hand, but nevertheless, an absolutely marvelous innings, produced some flowing drives and powerful hits to the ropes and over it as well. So, doing more than his bit there to help his team build up a very good total in this match against the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo Academy boys. 270 for 3 after 37.4 overs, with the captain Lewis Jeffries still going strong there on 43, is being joined there by Harry Danda. Harry Dando, the left-hander, taking guard from the umpire there. Satvik coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Short pitch delivery as he tries to generate a lot of pace off the surface, banging it down on the turf. This time he flights one as the batsman goes forward to it, but the bails are off trifle late as he gets back into his crease. Appeal to the wicketkeeper. Appeal by the wicketkeeper and the bowler there to the square leg umpire. No, says Narayan. Or has he given him out? We'll confirm in a minute as Harry Dando is still there, having a chat with the skipper, Lewis Jeffries. I think is not out. He's still there having a chat with his captain. There you see the two of them on the far side of your screen. Harry Dando. End of the over from Satvik. 1 wicket, 31 runs in 5 overs. And the first ball of a fresh over swept away to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs. Brilliantly connected there on the half volley by the captain, Lewis Jeffries. That well pitched up delivery there by Siddhant Vasu. And just smashed it past the square leg umpire to the ropes for 4 runs. He's on 47. This time a good length delivery, turning into the batsman as he watches it carefully and turns it away down to shot. Square leg and races up for a single. Harry taking fresh guard from the umpire there as Vasu decides to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Good length delivery on the middle and leg stump as he comes forward to drive down the track there for the bowler to pick it up on his follow through. And again, an off-pitch delivery, up a shot there into the covers, to deep extra cover, but the two of them managed to take 2 runs before the throw comes in from the deep. 38.4 overs gone. Once again, the ball turning into the batsman from outside the leg stump as Harry plays it on the full into the offside towards mid-off, and one takes a single there. Last ball of this over coming up. Once again, Lewis Jeffries takes it on the full and punches it away past the square leg fielder and the umpire there to the deep square leg boundary for another 4 runs here. And that is 50. His second 50 in succession. He had superbly made 81 in the match against the sports school yesterday. And today he's already made 52 and going strong there. Out in the middle, having a chat with his partner, Harry Dando. He takes the outside edge of the bat and runs away down to the deep third man to the boundary for 4 runs off the bat of Harry Dando. His first boundary of the innings. He leaned forward and tried to drive the ball, taking the outer edge of the bat and running away to the fence for 4 runs. 286 for 3. Certainly, the Hutt International Boys School building up a very, very strong total here against the Samprasidhi Sports Stereo boys. Oh yeah. How do you see the match going from here, Jack?
Obviously, with Lewis passing 50, I feel like him and Joel put in a great partnership and we're able to put the boys up. Harry coming in now, so maybe he'd be looking to knock the ball around, get Lewis back on track, and he can hopefully find that boundary option, also passing the over and hopefully get us up to a respectable score.
How's Harry as a batsman, the left-hander?
Yeah, I rate having a left hand right hand combination, especially through these middle overs where bowlers get tired, fielders get tired from having to run around to change their fielding spots. I feel if Harry can stick around for a little while at the crease, he can work these fielders over. They can get a bit lazy and he can hit some balls faster and hopefully get the boundary.
Here he is, very watchful as he pushes it, the ball taking the outer edge and running down towards the slip region. They walk across for a well taken single. What is the understanding normally between batsmen when they take singles in your team?
Understanding, I guess the understanding is that there's lots of runs on the board and rings obviously. Everybody's on the ring so they can tap and run and get some easy singles, which are really valuable when putting up a good score.
In the meantime, your captain has been bowled there by Satwik as he tried to swing and missed it completely there, had the leg stump uprooted.
Yeah, I feel like Lewis will be a bit disappointed with that. I feel that Lewis is, quite successful in the sweepers down there. So I feel he'll be a little bit disappointed with that one.
He's trying to play the sweep shot more often.
I wouldn't say he's playing it too often. It's not necessarily, a bad shot in this this part of the game. Because obviously, getting through the middle overs, if it's not one, it's four, and even one's a good strike rotation option.
So the visiting team, the Hutt International Boys School, losing another wicket, 218-9 for 4, with the captain Lewis Jeffries being bowled there by Satwik, who's picked up his second wicket for 38 runs in 6 overs. So 40 overs gone, 10 overs remaining. How much more is your team going to add?
I feel like PB or Paul always wants us, to get another 70 or 80 within the last 10 overs. So I think some of the boys, especially, come in late, feel that 10 overs to go is a great opportunity, get yourself in, take ones and twos, especially with boundary riders, long. So I feel that if we can get, another 70 or 80 on the board, sets us up real nice for second innings under lights.
You think it's time for the batsman now coming in at the wicket to have a go at the bowling, go for the big shot?
I don't think it's not necessarily the big shots, but I feel like not stupidly big shots. I feel like finding the boundary option once or twice an over is really crucial for putting another 70 or 80 on the scoreboard. But still knocking the ball around for ones and twos is also a big help. If we can go like 60 for the rest of the innings, really good 60 runs to put on the board, good total.
Right now, an uppish shot there by Harry Dando towards long off. They take one chance over and out over here, but then nicely taken by the two of them to throw a little wide of the stumps there to the bowler. But in the meantime, it's two more. Harry Dando going up to 11 and John T. Betty, the new man coming in at the fall of Lewis Jeffries' wicket. He had to open his account. Nicely driven there to long off again, past the fielder there at mid-off, but just a single. Is there a lot of reshuffling in your batting order compared to what you did yesterday?
Well, we only reshuffle our batting order based on opportunities for some of the boys. Like, for example, Joel, he didn't really get a lot of opportunities. I don't want to say he didn't bat well, but he certainly didn't bat to his own standards. So I feel like with that in mind, PB and Lewis, the captain, wanted to give him the best opportunity he could. Perform to his own standards, which he did today, about 160 odd. And then so there's been a bit of reshuffling. Some of the boys have opened the batting, batted in the top four, sort of go further down the order, and fellas who haven't had much of an opportunity obviously went up.
So that's revelation there from the team, and that's the reason exactly why Grassi has been able to score that big knock, so pushed up the order to give him more batting opportunities, and he's proved his coach absolutely right. As Jack tells us, and this has been driven down to long off all along the ground, but then not more than a single to be had there. As John T opens his account with that single end of the over. 9 overs, 1 for 57, Siddhant Vasu, 293 for 4. 7.15 the current run rate, 41 overs gone, 9 more to go. How deep is your batting order?
I feel like our batting order goes pretty deep. Like I said, some of the boys, who've opened the batting normally, have gone further down the order. So I think with the mix around, I think we've got some strong batters like further down the order, so they can, as we saw Joe yesterday, hit a few fireworks, hit a few bombs. So I feel that if Joe can get going, I think he's batting at 9. If Joe can get going, we get on to put him with Joe. So I think we go. I think we go pretty deep in our batting order, especially today because we're kind of reshuffling. Some proper batsmen are batting lower, so I feel like they can get away. They can put the game away.
So a lot more batting to come, as Jack tells us, and this has been cut away nicely there off the outside edge, and it rolls over uh, the fine leg boundary, but then wide declared by the umpire. So obviously 5 runs added to the total here with this one. 5 extras. The batsman not getting a touch. So that brings the total to 298, just too short of the 300 mark. Absolutely fantastic show put on there by the Hutt International Boys School, with George Tate and Joel Grassi getting them off to a very good start. You think Finn Horrigan could have done a lot more?
I don't know how many he made. So I can't really make judgments based off that. But Finn likes it so hard. I feel like if he can get himself in, he can be a really valuable player, especially in the late parts of the game, especially hitting big and finding that boundary option multiple times and over.
In any case, formidable total already up there for the visitors. And Satvik operating there, but this time again wide outside the off stump, and the batsman John T allowing it to go through to the keeper, not offering any stroke. The lights are on at the Sun Statue as the shadows lengthen and the sun goes behind the clouds over here. So giving the boys an opportunity to play on the lights, as a lot of them have not figured in the match on the floodlights, and this gives them a good opportunity, as a lot of them were here to have a chat with us in the commentary box, as even what Jack Gary said. So definitely a very, very good match in prospect. So it all depends on how much the home team can further restrict the total from building up from here onwards. 299, one more for the 300 run mark to be touched there by the Hebs outfit over here. 2 for 45, last ball of the over coming up, his 7th to be completed. This is way down the leg side, white call by the umpire, and it runs down below the side screen for 4 runs. So that's the 300 up for the Hibs International Boys School, and a round of applause there from the pavilion for the boys here. 41.5 overs, 304 the score. How many more?
I feel like, if we can get the score above with over, which will get us up to around 380. All the boys will really try to get it if we get it up to about 380, 390.
Well, 8 overs more to go. 306 the score, and the projected total is around 365 at this rate of 7.29. Harry Dando on 14, John Betty on 2. Would you like to try your hand at some running commentary?
Oh, I'd love a bit of running commentary.
Okay.
I feel like I think Jonty likes to have a look. He prefer to bat further up the order. So I feel like Jonty has a look at a few, then he can really start getting his options away like that. Maybe run out to cover, maybe. It just stays the one. Yeah, as I said, Jonty feels quite happy just knocking ones and twos. Getting the more, I don't want to say the more in bat, but Harry's got a little bit more time in the middle. So obviously Harry's probably looking to find that boundary option. But obviously Harry's much similar to Jonty. Still likes to get himself in a lot. Nice. Down to long off for one. Right. I really like this from the two boys. Both getting themselves in pretty early, knocking ones and twos around. It's really valuable, especially if these boys can get a couple of 30s and go for the rest of the innings. We can have a big last couple overs from the boys. Some of the boys can swing the bat pretty hard, so some of the boys can swing the bat pretty hard and knock it around a little bit. That one goes to bat for a dot, well fielded. Or there could be two on. I'll try and push for two here. Nah, it'll just stay as the one. Well fielded out there at deep mid wicket, charging in from the boundary. Obviously the lights are on, so the boys, it'll be. I don't know how the other boys, the opposition, feel about batting under lights. I've batted under lights before, and you don't really want to bat during the period where it's like sunset. And you have to go from light to dark. There's that little period of time where it gets a bit pink and some of the ball starts spinning in with some of the clouds, and it gets a little bit hard to see the ball. But I feel if we can finish this innings within the next half an hour, 45 minutes with a good total, I think some of the boys from the opposition will find it quite hard. As that one goes to deep cover from Dando for one. That's the end of the over. 43 gone, 7 left. 2-4 and over. 310 for 4. I feel like this is a good score, especially with 7 overs left. No, 7 overs left? Yeah, 7 overs left. I feel that some of the boys, these two especially, can start trying to find the boundary. I feel like there are definitely lots of options. The boys just have to pick the right ball to try and score off. They don't want to do anything stupid. And we obviously, PB always wants us to bat our 50 overs, so I feel like batting 50 overs is really important to get a good total. We don't want to leave 30 runs on the board with 2 or 3 overs to go. So I feel the main chat out from the boys, the main chat in the middle between Harry and Jonty will be, just keep knocking the ball around, try not to lose too many wickets and clumps, which is really important in a 50 over. Spin here. See how the boys shape up. The field looking. I feel like for Harry's scoring options, he loves to play. Really screw the wicket. He doesn't mind playing this. Straight to the wicket. He likes to hit the ball through cover, but he's obviously got the ability to do stuff like that and play it play it real fine and behind the wicket, which is good for taking these cheeky singles. With Jonty, I feel like he loves to play off the back foot, so anything short is a good option for him to score a boundary. I feel like Jonty loves cutting the ball, loves playing it fine behind squares. They change the field, so sort of mitigate that option for Jonty. But I feel like Jonty's also quite strong on the front foot. He's not really one to come down the wicket. But, half appeal for stumping there. As I was saying, Jonty feels quite comfortable playing off both front and back foot. But for Jonty, I feel his main scoring options are probably one, flick off the pad. A good start from the bowler. 1 dot dot.
Captain Dhruv Vasu bringing him on from the far end.
Feel cut away from Jonty. That might go to the boundary. 4 past cover. Great shot from BC there. As you see, some of the cheers ring out from the pavilion up where the boys are. Yeah, as I said before, that's one of Jonty's main scoring options. The back foot punches, loves those. So I feel that if Jonty can pounce on those lengths really early, he can rock back and hit it pretty hard. Got a rocket of a bat, so I feel that he gets one out deep cover point. Jonty eager to get back on strike. Take the second. Last ball of the over. Could be hoping to take a wicket or a dot. Here we go. Last ball. See what Dando can do. Cheeky single. Chance to run out. Nice single to finish the over there from Dando. Good over from the boys. Feel that if these boys can keep going at the rate they're going, I feel we can get north of 350. Would be a commendable total, especially on this wicket. And anything you want to say?
6 overs more, 44 gone. And certainly the total looks quite formidable. 317 already up on the board. And it remains to be seen how the local boys will respond. Do you have any idea of the batting progress of the opponents? You've played them before?
I had a look at some of the boys yesterday, but I wasn't really concentrating. I was more concentrating on the bowling and the fielding. But I feel that they've got some quality batters who can get away from some good starts. So I feel that the openers from the other team will be looking to get starts away so they can build on that later on in the innings and stick around like Joel Gracie did. And obviously, it's obviously not an easy target to chase, but I feel that if they get away to some good starts, I feel we'll have a good game of cricket on our hands. Pace back on from the top end here.
This is a 6th over.
Into Dando. Cracked away. One out to deep cover point on the boundary. I feel that Harry loves anything full, as all left-handers do, all the great left-handers. They loved it full. Doesn't matter which side of the wicket it is. You've seen some great cricketers in the past, being able to work the ball off their legs or work it through cover. See how BC shaped up against the pace bowler. It's the first kind of pace BC has faced so far. Bowler coming into BC. Shortish. Guided down to point for 1. They'll be looking for 2. Get in, Jonty. Run out chance. Great running from the boys. Really nice to sneak in the 2 from the boys there. I feel that if they keep guiding these cheeky singles down, we can get a big over from this one. Obviously, captain's not too keen on changing the field. I feel these guys have bowled to their fields pretty well. They haven't given away too many boundary options. The boundary options have either been good shots or, misfields or stuff like that. But, Jonty looks like he shaped up alright to the first ball, paced his face. He comes in again. Short. Appeal. Umpire shows no interest in firing Jonty. I feel that Jonty's quite impressive on the short ball. You know, loves to either dab it over the keeper like he tried to do there, or he's quite confident on the pull. If he can really get that ball behind square, I feel that he can make it race away to the boundary, especially with that bat. But no, for the first 2 balls I've seen of Jonty facing this guy, I feel that he's shaped up pretty well. He comes in again. Short again. Dabbed away for 1. Need to hurry. No interest in a throw for a run-out chance. Dando back on strike. Field changes. You know, suit the left-hand, right-hand combination, which I said before is obviously really important for tiring the field out and, you know, allowing the boys to score some good runs. Harry's looking pretty comfortable out there. He's looking pretty set. So I feel that, you know, give him a few more balls, he'll try and, you know, start hitting the ball, trying to find that boundary option. I see they put the backward point on the rope for that dab. Full. Club down the ground for 1 by Dando. Nice to get that throw in from long off. BC back on strike here. Last ball the over. Maybe looking for that boundary option. I feel like 1 or 2 boundaries and over is important for the boys. As it, you know, sets up nicely, and especially early in the over, if they can get a couple of boundaries within the first 2 or 3 balls, put a bit of pressure on the bowler. What does he do there? Comes in. Slower ball. Single. Run out chance. Appeal. No interest from the umpire. That's the second tight call from the umpires. Obviously, Dando's second ball of his innings was a bit interesting. Bit of a kerfuffle there. Didn't know what was going on.
45 gone, 323 for 4. Srinivas Yadav, 6 overs, none for 30. Harry Dando on 20, Jonty Berry on 13. You've not seen any of your colleagues indulge in any improvised shot making, like a scoop shot or a reverse hit or something? Any instructions to only indulge in cricketing shots when you bat?
Play, you know, those kind of indulgent shots. No, I'm not really. I'm not very good with those kind of shots. I like to knock the ball around a little bit more, you know, stick myself up. But obviously, if I was gonna give any advice, as any cricketer would, it'd be just, you know, watch the ball, keep your shape. You know, don't lift your head up, because when you know, sort of miss the ball, mistime it, and then you risk getting out. But gone with pace at the far end. BC on strike. 14, Jonty? 14, is that right? 13 for BT. Bit of an interesting field here. We've got fine leg. It looks like mid wicket's moving to deep square. Long off has come up, long on his back. They've got deep cover point. The left armour coming in. How Jonty shaped up. Short. Hooked. Mixer. What a shot from BT. Straight over the mid-wicket fence for a big 6. He'll be pretty happy with that one, Jonty. As I said, he was pretty comfortable with that short length, pulling it over the fence for a 6. My favourite shot as well. I quite like that shot.
The fielders moved towards the boundary ropes. You think the fielding captain thinks that it's time the batsman will go for the big shot?
I feel that, you know, this late in the game, I feel that some of the boys will be looking at more of those big boundary options. Or, one down to deep square. Put that fielder there for that reason. But obviously, yeah, I feel that, you know, 5 or 6 overs left, the boys are looking to get those immediate boundary options early in the over, so they can put the bowler under a bit more pressure. But no, I feel that the captain of the fielding team has done a great job with his field settings. He's put them where the balls are getting hit, so they're mitigating those boundary options, as I said before. Left hand to left hand coming in. one away to deep cover from Dando. I feel that if the boys, can get that big boundary option away like a 6, as Jonty did in the first ball, I feel that it's important once you get that big boundary option away, you knock the ball around, still keep going for that, that big over. What are we, 8 from this over so far? 6-1-1. Jonty with that obviously big 6 over deep mid wicket. Not many players fancy that, nor are good at a shot to play that. So dabbed away for 1, uppish a little bit, but no chance for a catch. The left armour coming into Dando. They've got protection back to the short ball just in case Dando hooks one. Brought third man up, covers back on the rope, long on and long off, full, fumble, 1. Oh, they're going to nab a cheeky single. Great running, fellas. That's some, good running from the boys. Obviously, a bit of reward. That over. That concludes the over. That is the 44th over. 45th.
26 gone. 4 more to go. Sri Bhagat, 8 overs, none for 65. The left arm medium pacer who opened the bowling from the far end. Given away 65 runs so far. And let's see if there's going to be a bowling change here at the near end. No, it looks like it's going to be Srinivas Yadav to continue the bowl. The other medium pacer who opened the bowling from the pavilion end. There he is, marking his bowling run-up as the Hutt International Boys School sitting pretty at the moment. 3:34 for 4. 4 more overs to go, and certainly total of more than 350 surely in prospect, as Jack was telling us, as even now that's what he opines. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, obviously anything north of 350 on the pitch is a really good score. I feel that, some of the boys, they took a shot for 2. Are they going to push for 2? 2? No. Good arm from Stewart, deep third man. Obviously, I feel that this is crunch time for the boys. Definitely looking for those boundary options is crucial for putting a total of over 350. So I feel that we've got a couple of boys that can obviously hit the ball hard, love to find the boundary, and keep this game going and put up a good score. Jonty dabbed that one down to deep third man for 1. Right arm coming into left-handed Harry Dando. Short. Tracked away. 1 down to deep cover. Looked like they wanted 2, but only got 1. A good shot. Sounded good off the bat from Dando. I feel he wouldn't be disappointed, but he definitely wouldn't be happy that he got that ball away to the boundary. I feel that Harry loves to play those ones uppish and likes to hit those to the boundary. And obviously it's a good scoring option for Harry. Good score. Right arm bowler. Short. Backs away, tries to pull it. Barely brushes by the glove. I think Jonty would be quite happy he didn't hit that, because obviously good carry through to the keeper. So no chance to get caught there. So it's a good dot. Been a good over so far. Single dot. I feel that right armour will be looking to keep that over quite slim, and obviously not give away too many runs, but also try and get a wicket. A bit of cash in. There we go. Ball. Short again. Flushed away, and that is out. Jonty Beattie caught at backward point on what score?
336 for 5. Jonty Beattie walks back there after scoring some brisk runs and certainly contributing well to add to the total. As the Hutt International Boys are now 336 for 5, 46.4 overs gone. Srinivas Yadav picking up his first wicket. fast delivery outside the off stump as the batsman tried to offer a defensive bat to it, got the top edge and lobbed towards the backward point, and the catch taken comfortably there. The fielder running a couple of steps backwards, judging it well and ensuring that the batsman was on his way back. Anyway, it's going to be Ishan Patel joining Harry Dando there at the wicket. 336, I beg your pardon, for 546.4 overs. Srinivas Yadav has 2 more deliveries left in this over. So the left-hander, the left-arm medium pacer for the Hutt International Boys School, now at the wicket. Nice drive there on the half volley. They take one, come back for the second as well, and comfortably make it. Good running, Jack.
Yeah, obviously a good start. Patel opens the count straight away with 2. Ishan coming in at 7. Got some big hitters to follow. So I feel that, Isha's a great runner between the wickets. To get on his bike and run those cheeky singles, which I think is important, especially at the back end of an innings. You see a slower ball that could be 2. Ishan's going to try and push for 2, and he's going to get it with some great running. I feel that these two have great. Ishan's got some great calling. Loves to communicate with the batters, as we see that is over. Bowlers cashed in with a wicket of Jonty, but also had a few runs conceded through that over.
47 overs gone, 3 more to go of the 50. 340 for 5, and the projected score, as you see on your screens, is there 362. You think a lot of runs have been given away by way of overthrows by the fielding side in their hurry to run the batsman out?
Not necessarily overthrows, but I think it's been a lot of high pressure running. So I feel that they've just lost themselves a little bit. Pick up the ball, look to throw second, but there's been a few fumbles and drops which have allowed us to get a couple of those twos. As we see the left armour coming to the left-hander, Harry Dando. Ball, appeal, run out chance. No interest from the umpire there, going down leg. I feel that Ishan is a little whippersnapper, loves running between the wickets, loves running fast between the wickets, and he's got a ripping bat. So I feel that, as well as being quick between the wickets, he also loves finding that boundary option, hitting the ball hard. And batting at 7, I think it's important, to keep batting. Sort of can't really build an innings from shoot away by Dando. It'll be 1 down to third man. Another left-hander on strike. Throw it in. First ball for Ishan from this left armour.
He's also got a very long and brisk run-up, and he's bowling.
He does. Back in New Zealand, he reminds me of one of the boys I played back in New Zealand. Obviously runs in pretty sharp. Loves a short ball, and loves bowling fast and hitting that back of a length. As you see, swing and a miss. That one looked rapid. That ball looked pretty quick from the bowler. I don't think Ishan will be too worried about the pace. Feel that Ishan loves to run the ball off the bat down to third man or fine leg, and loves to pick up some 1s and 2s along the way. Yeah, but no, this bowler definitely reminds me of somebody I played back in Wellington. Long, fast, run up. Charges in, big, tall, fast bowler. Here we go. Comes. Oh, watch out, Ishan. What happened in that ball? Patel run down the wicket, missed it. Hesitate for a second. Keeper obviously didn't. Threw it at the stump, missed. Maybe a missed opportunity for a run out. What do you think?
I think he wasn't more keen on taking a run. Possibly he wanted to drive, but luckily or unfortunately for him, the ball was way out of his reach there because he moved away from the line.
Yeah, as we see, a wide from the left armour. As I said before, it looks like Ishan's trying to run the ball down. Obviously, still trying to get himself in early in his innings, and I feel that he recognises that Harry's more set, and he looks to, run the ball down to third man, try and get off strike, get Harry on. Two left-handers at the crease to a left-arm bowler. Bowler looks like he's swinging the ball away late. Maybe not. Can't really tell from up here. Comes in slower. Out of no from the bowler, from Ishan Patel. Took it over so far. One ball remaining. Not conceded too many. I think he'd be pretty happy with his over so far. Maybe just a wide. But I feel if Ishan shouldn't need too many, hopefully he doesn't need too many more to get in, and he can start looking for that boundary option. We've obviously got a couple of hitters, Henry and Joe, to come in. They both love swinging the bat. Hitting the ball hard, hitting it far. So hopefully, I don't want to say that Ishan will shoot away. Can it be 4? It is going to be 4 down to third man for Ishan Patel. Shoot away off the bat. Probably not where he was looking to hit that ball. But no, as I was saying, I don't want to say Ishan doesn't need to get out, but obviously Joe and Henry and Joe coming in are pretty big hitters of the ball. You see the conclusion of an over. 4 overs remaining, 3 overs remaining, 2 overs remaining. We're going to see the same option from the top end here, or we're going to see a change in the bowling. I feel that we have a change in the bowling. Somehow some of the boys will shape up. Can't tell whether it's pace or spin. But no, I feel medium pacer coming in for the 2 left armers. I feel that obviously 2 overs to go. The boys will be looking to hit the ball hard. Really trying to find that boundary option and get us up to a good total.
They're coming closer and closer to your target. 346, 4 more to go, 350.
Yep, short. Missed. Fell short of the keeper. I feel Harry wouldn't be disappointed, but he'd be a little bit gutted he missed out on that ball. There's a good short ball from the bowler, right arm medium pacer. And he walked back to his run up. Here we go, 4 more to get to that 350 mark. Feel PB be quite happy. I think there'll be lots of positive chats in the shed for the boys considering our total we have. Coming to Harry Dando, slower, lofted, and he is holed out to long off a wicket for the right arm medium pacer of Harry Dando. Let's have a look here, as you can see on your screen. Comes in nice and full, slower. Harry trying to loft it over long off, holds out just short of the rope. Harry be disappointed with that shot. I think he nailed one of those the other day actually in an Antipur, and obviously got a bit of reward, but unfortunately gets out, and that could bring in one of our big hitters, Henry Locke, to come in at 8. I feel that if Ishan can, Henry will be on strike. So I feel Henry might, second ball the over gets the wicket, so I feel Henry will, hopefully take 1 ball to get in and then have a big hoof over, cover drive over cow, as PB likes to call it. But Henry likes to swing the bat, and if he can really connect with the 1-1, could be coming our way. So it'll be interesting to see how Henry shapes up. He does like a bit of fast or medium bowling actually. Henry does like the ball coming onto the bat quite smoothly. A big swing of the bat. Long levers on Henry Locke. So he'd be looking to really hit the ball hard, free the arms. Had a couple of sixes to get the boys over that 350 mark. Here we go. Henry Locke first ball, right arm coming in. Short. Ducked out the way. It'll be a wide. It'll go down as a wide. As we saw Henry tried practicing that shot at the non-striker's end. Probably looking to hook that one. But the practice shot looked like he tried to hook that one over. Oh, there he goes again. Wants to hook that one over fine leg.
No matter how the runs come, every run is a bonus from here on.
Yeah, obviously that's well said actually. Any runs are good runs, even if they're ugly. Cheeky single, run out chance at the batter's end. Missed. Well backed up from the fielder at short fine leg to the left-handed Ishan Patel. They're going to try and run one. Are they allowed to? I feel that there'd be. There's definitely a rule in indoor cricket. You can run those. So indoor. But let's see how Henry shapes up to this bowler. Obviously got a short ball, first ball of his innings. Let's see how he shapes up. See if he can free the arms. Bowler coming in. Slower. Boundary for Henry Locke. Cover drive over cow, as PB likes to call it. Big slog over middle wicket. Obviously connects, but connects not as he would like. But still is rewarded with a boundary. Stepping across to the leg side and clubbing that over cow.
Got more of the bottom of the bat to the ball.
Yeah. Caught a bit of the toe end, opens his account with a boundary. Quite happy with that. Second ball for Locke. Short. Oh, it's going to be. That is going to go down as 4 byes for the batting team. That takes us past our mark of 350. And I feel that the boys are pretty keen to start accelerating, especially Henry, as he gets his second short ball. Trying to play a shot at that one. Didn't really want to duck that one. Trying to hook that over fine leg for 6. But the boys cash in with a reward of 4 byes. That would go down in the extras column. Not sure the bowler would be too happy with that one. He'd be a bit disappointed. Not at his keeper, but he doesn't like. Not many bowlers like bowling extras. A lot slower. There's a wide. There's a wide. So that'll be an extra ball for Henry to try and capitalise and hit the ball hard. So after this ball, that will be the conclusion of the 49th over. 1 over to be played next. Let's see what the boys can pull off in the next over. Wonder if it might see a couple of wickets for the bowler. Here we go, final ball after the wide. Coming into Locke. Oh, big swing. Ask him what colour the sky is. Big swing over cow. Looking to hit that ball closer to us actually. And that concludes an over. Pretty expensive over, I'd say, from that bowler. Wouldn't be too happy with himself. A couple of not so good deliveries.
8 overs, 2 for 44. Srinivas Yadav, 49 gone. Last over of the innings coming up here. 358 for 6, and the projected score on the screen, as you see, 366. What do you think, Jack?
I think obviously, thanks to Joel, we've put up a really good fight. Really battled to get a good score on the board. As we saw in this last over, this could be a very eventful over. We could see some wickets, some sixes, and maybe a couple of run-outs towards the end of the over where they're trying to really push for those singles. But we will see what unfolds here as the left armour comes into the left-handed Ishan Patel. Stride, full, crack. They'll be looking. Oh, shot-ish! It's a beautiful shot through cover from Ishan Patel. It's a great start to this final over for the boys. As we can see, winds up, Ishan spots the length, bang, straight past cover, in between cover and mid-off for the left-hander. And Ishan cashes in with 4 to start the final over. I think he'll be very happy with that. The bowler not so happy. Wait to see what unfolds here. Comes in, charges. It's going to be another boundary for Ishan Patel. Opens up the face and guides it over point for the second boundary in a row. Ishan Patel, loving coming forward to these kind of bowlers. As a slower ball, picked it, stepped away, opened the face and guided it over point for 4. Wonder what the rest of the over entails. 4 balls left in this final over of the innings. 2 fours, 2 balls. Left armour coming in. Wonder if he's. Oh, man goes back to deep point where that last ball was hit. Coming in. Looking to get a bit creative. Runs. Great single there by Henry Locke. Great calling. Obviously, we've got 2 fast runners in. So, a couple of road runners. So, be looking to take those take those quick singles where they can. first ball for lock from the left arm medium pace bowler. Square leg coming into the ring. Deep point going back. Not sure what they expect from Henry Lock here. Oh, fine legs coming up as well. This will be interesting to see what kind of ball he bowls. Any predictions on what ball he's going to bowl?
Well, I think they'll try and attack the off stump. There he is. Plays across the line towards mid wicket there. A single and a hesitant second run, but they make it. Certainly wonderful running. 369. 6. 2 more to go, Jack.
Yeah, some great pressure from the good calling from between these two. These two obviously playing the first 11 together. Opening bowler and first change bowler bat similarly to each other in the batting order. So I feel that these two have some great chemistry when it comes to calling and running between the wickets. 2 balls to go in this final over of the innings. 4-4 single, and then 4-4 by and 2. Sorry. Here we go. Bowler left armour coming into Henry Lock. Wonder what his plans are. And short, looks to get out the way. No cheeky single from Ishan there. Doesn't feel confident getting down the other end. It is a very good ball from the bowler, considering the over he has gone for. Let's see how this last ball finishes. Wonder if there are going to be any field changes. So the final ball of this Hutt International Boys School innings. PB up in the sheds will be very pleased with the performance these boys have put on. Goals 160, sorry. Really sets us up for a good total. And then obviously, as we say, batters have batted around him, built good partnerships. Him and Lewis, I'm not sure how many they put on, but Lewis passing 50 as well. And then some valuable runs from Patel at the back end. Short ball, straight up in the air. Is it going to be claimed by the keeper? It is going to be taken. And that concludes the Hutt International Boys School innings. Final ball, 1 wicket. The bowler will be very happy with that.
369 for 7, and Sri Bhagat getting his first wicket, giving away 81 runs in the 10 overs that he's bowled, possibly the most expensive bowler of the innings. In any case, very, very big and mighty total being built up there by the Hutt International Boys School. As Jack Gary was telling us, anything about 350 should be an absolutely fine total, and he's been spot on with his prediction here as the innings end at 369 here, and the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo boys need 370 runs to win this match in 50 overs and under floodlights. What do you think is going to happen, Jack?
I don't know. First of all, I think there'll be a warm welcome from the boys back in the sheds. Obviously, great effort putting on 370. This will be an almighty task for the batting team to come in under the floodlights. Not sure if they've played under floodlights before, but it certainly has its pros and its cons. Obviously, the dew can affect the ball, affect the two teams. But I don't know. I feel that at the start, if the batters can get away to a good start, they can really cash in towards the end of the innings. Dew on the ball could affect the bowlers. Maybe slip out a little bit, cost a few buys, but I don't know. It's all up to the batting team to come. So a good innings from the Hutt International Boys School, 370. What a total to start, and we will see how the second innings unfold.
Grassy scoring 150 odd runs, and the captain Lewis Jeffries scoring 52 or 54, I think. 2 of the big innings in this knock by the Hutt International Boys School as the match takes a break here with the Samprasiddhi Sports Stereo team needing 370 runs and 50 overs to win this match. And once they begin their chase of the total on the floodlights, we'll be back with you. Yes, Jack, your final word.
I think to all the parents that have tuned in from home, obviously it's going to be a bit late for you guys, so you can obviously, if you want, you can head off to bed. Daylight savings has started back in New Zealand, so hopefully a little lighter for you guys a little bit later. And we will catch you in the second innings. Thanks for watching.
Very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SPRORTS Sports Stereo. As the SPRORTS Sports Stereo Academy boys under 18 team now take the field to bat. They need to score 370 runs to win the match in 50 overs to be played under floodlights. As the two of them, Adi Karma and Satvik MC, out there in the middle, and Ishan Patel, as usual, opening the attack for the Hutt International Boys School, who put up a very, very solid total of 369 runs in their 50 overs. And with me in the commentary box is Jack Gary, who's describing how his boys are going to win this match. Yes, Jack.
Good to be back up here. Obviously, as we see, appeal for behind, but welcome back as we see lots of light around the stadium, illuminate on the middle of the pitch. Obviously, one of the main pointers, we had two conversations, during our break, one from PB and one from Captain Lewis. PB spoke very highly about, sticking to our plans. Obviously, with runs on the board, we don't want to give away too many wides, and therefore letting them appeal. Interest from Hutt International Boys School, no interest from the umpire. As I was saying, PB mentioned not bowling heaps of wides because that's how we lose the game, by bowling too many extras, and not trying new things and sticking to your plans and making sure those plans work. And then just before he jumped down on the field, and I jumped back in here, Lewis spoke about the importance of winning 5 to 10 over periods in the field. Like how we're going to win this game, by tight fielding, lots of energy, and creating dot ball pressure, which therefore creates, tension between the two batsmen, forcing, a poor shot, and therefore bringing a wicket. The start of the first over for Ishan, coming in here, left alone outside the off stump by the batter. Pretty stock standard field to start. Pretty ring field. See many two, rogue fielding positions. Here we go. Ishan with his fourth ball in the over, coming in. Flicked away. Appeal, interest, especially from Tony and Raymond, running in all the way from cover. Serious interest from the boys, but given a wide by the umpire. As the boys, straight out into the field, we also thought, lots of chat around the field, emits a lot of pressure onto the batsman. Creates, top pressure. As you see, Ishan coming in again. Big appeal, could be out. Lots of interest once again from Tony and Raymond. Really loving his appeals for the first over of the innings for the Hutt International Boys School. A few shouts this over, but obviously nothing doing for the umpire. Not too keen on sending anybody back to the shed pretty early. This is a good start from Ishan. Only the 2 runs, the 1 and the wide. No, sorry. Wide, as we see him coming in here. Driven, picked up at cover by Tonian. Final ball of the Patel over to open our innings for the Hutt International Boys School. I feel that Ishan, loves to run in, bowl fast as he can. Loves to move the ball around, get it to nip, get it to swing. He's an incredibly valuable asset as an opening bowler in their first 11. But he's also, a great pleasure to have on this trip as our opener. And, also contributes a lot with the bat. As he comes in, threw it away for 1, down to fine leg, which will conclude the first over of this second innings of this clash between Hutt International Boys School and the opposition. That's the question, who will open up from the far end? Maybe it looks like it's going to be Will Grieve from the far end to bowl the second over for the boys. Will loves to hit his spot, loves to swing the ball around, get it to nip around just like Ishan. He loves his big hooping innings.
George continues to keep wicket.
Yeah, we are continuing with George with the gloves for this trip. Obviously, we've seen PBC's George as a promising prospect for keeping for our first 11 next year. As we see, we have 2 slips. Is it Finn standing at gully, or is he like a third slip? Looks like a third slip from us up here. So we have George Tate, Henry Locke, and Finn occupying the slip cordon for tonight. Will Grieve looks to bowl his first over of the night. I really rate Will as a bowler. Loves to open the bowling. As I said, loves to nip the ball around, get it to swing, get it to do a bit. He often is a consistent wicket taker in our second 11, alongside Leo. But also another strong prospect for first 11 opening bowlers next year, alongside Ishan. As Groove comes in for his first ball. Driven. It'll be a single out to deep cover. Good field setting there by Lewis. We obviously must have analysed the batsman. Obviously seeing that he likes to hit the ball. Loves to hit ones and twos around the ground. Loves to get himself in, as most openers should. I don't think we see too many openers in the modern game over 50 over. Love to smack the ball around. Thoughts?
Quiet start to the response. In the chase for 370, but Ishan Patel and now Will Grieve keeping up the momentum as far as the bowling team is concerned. The batsmen have done the job, but now remains to the responsibility of the bowlers to ensure that the momentum and the pressure is kept up on the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadium boys. Of course, they are capable of scoring runs. They are a little over 7 and over. Should not be very difficult as long as somebody sticks on and builds up a partnership, just as the Hutt International boys did when they batted. Interesting tussle out here under floodlights. A lot of them playing for the first time. As we were having a chat with most of the players, we came down to the commentary position and expressed the view that it's going to be a very different experience to play under floodlights. Well, Jack, now what do you think of the venue with under lights?
I don't know. I like the seeing of the light. It's a bit of character to the game. We don't obviously play a lot of under lights. Not that we have many under light games back in New Zealand. But it's going to be a test for the boys. Obviously, first time for lots of them. As we see the batsman duck 1-2 square leg for a single. No, but like I was saying, some of the boys may not be adapted towards playing under lights, and hopefully it doesn't affect the boys and they can still get the job done. But it's all up to the bowlers. Can't really control it outside of the bowlers. PB talks a lot about these crucial bowling partnerships, and wanting to build pressure on the batsman and then hopefully take wickets. But as you said before, obviously strong partnerships along the way, and PB talked about somebody in the top 4 getting between 80 and 100, somebody from 6 to 8 getting 60 or 70, and then the tail end chipping in with 30s, 20s and 30s. As we see a wide from Will Grieve down the leg side, well taken by George. I quite like this opening bowling pair of Grieve and Patel. Obviously, left armour and a right armour, both like to swing the ball different ways. Still, Ishan, coming left arm over, bowling in swing, and Will also bowling right arm in swing, which can do things to batsmen that they may not expect. As we see a short one to cover, fizzed into the keeper. Good start from Grieve here. Not too many given away. I think he'd be quite happy with the starting over. Not much to say, honestly. Batters look pretty keen to score, but also look to get themselves in lots of leaving and lots of defensive shots, which is what you want. Obviously, your openers, it's important for them to set up your innings. Grieve, duck to point, run out opportunity, not taken. Well backed up by leg, Sarkin. As we see the final ball coming in from the Grieve over. Thoughts on the over so far?
Oh yeah, very well bowled and certainly to the field, not given away anything at all. Last ball of the over coming up, Belgrave was here along with Jack chatting with us before, and he said this is certainly anything about 270 is very, very defendable, and we have the attack to make sure that we certainly pin the opponents down here. So this has been driven past cover there, but there's a man at the point coming in to do the fielding end of the over. Just 5 runs on the first over from Belgrave, and the total for the SPRORTS Sports Stadio Academy boys, 8 without loss in 2 overs. 7.54 the required run rate. Certainly they have a lot of batting, that's what I'm told, and let's see how much they can do to match the opponents in chasing that total. Of course, the very fact that they are playing under floodlights would well be a psychological factor, Jack.
Yeah, definitely some changing for the boys. Lots of adapting needed for some of the boys as they've never done it before. But from what I can see so far, Lewis has been setting good fields, and these bowlers are really, sticking to the plans they think of. They have a chat with their captain and their co-captains and give them their thoughts on how to get batters out and how they want their field. So I think Lewis has really adapted his captaincy to fit the needs of a bowler. As we see, that one is punched away to cover. Like as I was saying, field settings are crucial in the game of cricket because it could make or break the game. You obviously can't let balls go to the boundary, but you also don't want to lose too many singles in the ring, which can take the game away from teams at the time. But here's the second ball of the third over, second from Patel, coming in. Big shot, struck on the pad. Obviously lots of energy from the boys. PB talks about, energy when appealing. If you're going to go up hard, and if you think it's out, just go up for everything. No, it's out. So I think that's what the boys like to bring lots of energy into their appealing, and yeah.
I think if Ishan could add a little more inches to his frame, he could be a little more effective.
Yeah, that's with everybody. Everybody has their flaws, don't they? Obviously, we could dream of these things. Ishan being a little bit taller, he'd be quite dangerous actually. Maybe bowl quicker, get a bit of extra stuff off the pitch. Get an extra bounce. But, every bowler has these things that they can't control, like obviously bowling fast or being too tall.
What's his age now? Just about 16 or so?
I think he is 16. It's a bit of a hold up here. Not sure what for. Umpires are looking at the stumps. Sparked the interest of captain Lewis Jeffries and Tony and Raymond at cover, all coming over for a bit of a yarn. But obviously, stuff like this is important.
Ishan again from the pavilion end, runs away from us and bowls, and lofted shot here. He could be out now, dropping little away from the fielder there, running in, but then doing well to take it and return it back to the keeper. Just a single. 10 runs without loss. 2.3 overs. Ishan still has got 3 more deliveries left in this over. There he is. Well pitched up to the batsman, who takes it on the half volley and drives down to mid-off there. past the bowler. No run again. The two of them, Ishan Patel and Wilgreave, certainly bowling to the field, and the team all get up to make sure that they don't give away anything on the field, chasing the ball hard and making sure that the singles are not taken to keep the scoreboard ticking. And this time of the outside edge towards third man, just a single there. Satvik and Adi Karma, the two of them opening the batting. Last ball of the over from Ishan Patel coming up here from the pavilion end. Narrow thing there, doing well to beat the batsman outside the off stump, who flashes misses, taken by the keeper. End of the over. 2 overs, just 6 runs. Yes, Jack.
Yeah. Obviously, with your fielding, you've obviously got to be, up on the field and energetic. But PB also likes to, drill into us that we need to get the ball in the air as quick as possible. Getting the ball in the air is, can save you like a run, because if you take too long to get the ball in the air and to the keeper, they could, sneak a run on the arm. But that's a little bit what separates, the first from the seconds. Having a couple of fielding training sessions a week or a little bit more intense training sessions obviously helps, the boys learn to get the ball in the air, as we see a diving stop from Dando at point after a flash from the batsman. No, but like I was saying, having the ball thrown in the air quickly, can mitigate runs from slipping and, keep the game alive.
How many specialist bowlers are there in the team?
I think we're at the age where we need to start. Oh, hang on. Is that buys? That's going to race away for 4 buys. By George there. But no, as you were saying, we're not really at the age where we need to focus on having, specialist bowlers. We can all just keep having a bit of fun, but eventually we're going to have to kind of think to ourselves, what do we want to do? Like, is it important that we be batters and contribute to the batting side, or we be bowlers and, we help the team take wickets and, win games on the field? But I feel like we've got some players that are sort of developing into that role of being specialist bowlers. For example, Wilgreave, Ishan. These guys aren't really considered as batters, as they they most of the time bat further down the order, which makes you think that they might need to turn into specialist bowlers, or they're seen as, more valuable as bowlers on the side. But obviously, the point of the strip is to give everybody a go, and, the point of junior cricket is to discover your strength as a player to develop in your senior years. Good shot. That is flicked away past the man at fine leg for 4. But yeah, obviously, as I was saying before, trips like these are about, discovering the kind of person you are, what your role in the team is, and how that can be suited to, help the boys take some wins, which is what we've seen. We've had a few wins, especially down in Anantapur. I think we won 3 out of our 4 games, and we've had some great success up in Bangalore here. But I feel maybe some of the older boys especially, like, Will, Pony and Lewis, all the F13 boys need to start. Well, not need to start, but some of them have already discovered their role on the team. Like Lewis likes to consider himself as a batter, but also likes to bowl here and there. Same with Joe Keenan, he likes to bat, but he also, bowls a little bit. And even some of the younger guys like myself, I open the batting, but also bowl a bit of spin here and there. But you like Thomas Keenan, he loves both of it, and that's really important in a cricket side, as we see a flash from the batter, well taken by George, and that is the conclusion of the 4th over and the 2nd Wilgreave over.
20 without loss, 4 overs gone, 350 more and 276. The equation at 7.61 an over. The current run rate 5 runs an over. Belgrave 2 overs, 10 runs. Satvik on 3, Adi Karma on 9, the 2 openers for the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio. Good start by the bowlers to defend the total, not giving the batsmen much of liberties. We have not seen them opening up as yet too early in the inning, but then the bowling has been quite tight and liberties not afforded. Ishan Patel, once again, wrapped on the pads and a huge shout here. Once again, the umpire unmoved. I think this is the 5th time or so where the bowler is very confident, but then the umpire not in agreement. Nevertheless, the batsman surviving. Possibly the ball was just missing the leg stump. What do you think, Jack?
Obviously, with a few early shots, I feel like some of the boys are going to get really up for this. Some of the boys are really keen to get amongst it and really appeal and try and get the best for the fellas and obviously get the win, as we see a wide there from Ishan. But like I said before, PB always wants us to appeal hard if we do appeal, and he said there's really no point in appealing if you're not gonna give it a real go. But as we see fireworks going on in the background behind the back end of the stadium as Ishan bowls one at the body, defended to mid-wicket. 2 balls completed in the Patel over. We haven't seen a lot of aggression. Or, a slight sign of aggression when he tried to take Ishan back over the mid-on. But to no avail, just a single for him. Here comes Ishan. The 3rd ball of his 2nd over. Catch is the call. No. Down to fine leg for 1. Thoughts?
Ishan certainly generating a lot of pace off the pitch, trying to dig it in and so produce a short deliveries for the batsman to try and hook and possibly offer a catch to the fielders on the boundary lines. There it is, just now has been flicked down and a bit of a misfeeling there. But 2 runs all the same. The total goes up to 23 without loss. 4.4 overs gone. 2 more to go from Ishan Patel.
Yeah, well, as you said before, Ishan loves to bowl fast and he's a little whippersnapper. Actually, you don't actually expect that from old Ishan. We see a swing and a miss past the off stump. Yeah, as I said before, Ishan, generates a lot of pace, especially for his frame. He doesn't run in, he doesn't charge in. He runs in pretty quick, but he doesn't charge in like he wants to, bowl absolute rockets. But through his jump and his slingy action, he can generate a lot of pace, and we saw that. I played a bit with him in junior cricket. Him and Will Grieve, especially because Will Grieve grew quite tall quite early, and they. Oh, here we go. That's got to be out. Oh, another big shout from the boys. He's really testing the umpire here. Obviously, no interest from the umpire. But yeah, both Will Grieve and Ishan in junior cricket were always going to bowl faster than the lot of us. Going to be pretty hard to face as we see a conclusion to the over of Ishan Patel.
3 overs, 8 runs. Ishan Patel, good bowling, no doubt. 5 overs gone, 34 without loss. Satvik on 4, Adi Karma on 9, 24 without loss, 346. The required runs in 270 deliveries. Good start, one must say, but then not exactly as expected. But this time, Great shot here this time. Over the long off ropes for 6 runs. The first attacking big shot here coming up from the batsman. Adi Karma, 15 now of 22. Satwik MC on 4. Yes, Jack.
We actually saw one of those shots yesterday where Will Grieve got hit over mid off and he went a little bit further. But obviously, I think it's important, for Will to not get too discouraged by, seeing balls get hit over the rope on the full. So I feel like he needs to just, keep sticking to his plans, keep doing what he does, and obviously might catch a bit of reward for it, later on with his tight lines and good pace. As we see one duck to Harry Dando, fizzed into keeper George Tate. I feel like if Will, can keep pushing at the batsman, making him play those ducks down to third man or point, I feel Will could get a bit of cash in a little bit. If he plays one on the wrong line, he could be struggling to play him here. As Will Grieve, that's a perfect example of it. As we see him try and lunge at one, but he misses, nearly catching the outside edge. Thoughts?
Lucky he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, very lucky he didn't get a touch, because I feel like if it was me and I was keeping, I'd maybe stand a little bit closer. Obviously, I don't know how much of a difference it makes playing at night, but I feel like what I can see, the ball isn't travelling as far, especially after it bounces on the pitch. I feel George needs to come a little bit closer. As you can see, they're dropping a bit short of him, and he's having to, take them on the half volley. But I guess it's up to the personal preference of the wicket keeper. As we see the opposition, the batting side move to 30 for none after 5.4 overs. And he's 340 and 266 balls at a run rate of 7.67 and over. As we see the fifth ball coming in from Will Grieve here. Full or on the toes. I think that's Will's spot right there. Nice and full. Swinging, batsman, if he comes down, he's going to york himself and potentially miss it. If he goes back, it's probably a back of a length ball that he can't do much with unless he, is a great player and he can just make shots up. A bit of a 360 player. But I feel that nice full yorker length with a bit of swing is, Will's spot, and that's, where he's most effective and takes most of his wickets. So as we see the final ball coming in. Big shot. No interest from the umpire. The 7th shot from the boys in these 5 overs so far. 5-6 overs so far.
Certainly very close calls, and possibly the umpires certainly looking at things very closely, denying them the decision, but nevertheless very, very close calls, no doubt about it. And from both sides, the batsman beaten often here outside the off stump or the leg stump, nevertheless, and they've been lucky that the ball has been just about missing the wicket. I find your Tony and Raymond always feeling in the covers. Is he a sort of a specialist cover fielder?
Catch it. Is it fallen short of George Tate? Must have. No, sorry. Yeah, as you were saying, well, I don't watch a lot of Tony in play because obviously he's in the first and I'm in the seconds. But from what I can see during my time on this trip and sharing with him is that, he being a wicket keeper, you love diving around. So I feel that, the confidence to dive around is really important, especially for people fielding it, cover and mid wicket, as we see the ball hit to point. Yeah, but I feel that, having that confidence to dive around and put your body on the line is really important for people in close. But I guess he fields cover for the first, and he's quite a handy fielder. He's got a good arm on him, so I feel he's a valuable asset to have at cover. As we see here, Southwick 4 off 22 and Adi Karma off 15 off 27 2 balls through the patella over here. As we see him nicely flicked away. Dive, well fielded by Thomas Keenan. Great dive to save 4 there. Yeah, like I said, nobody needs, like, obviously the grounds we played on in Anantapur, the grass is a bit softer, but still, boys aren't scared to, throw themselves around a little bit. Like a great example of Thomas Keenan just there, potentially saving 4. As we see the required run rate climbing to nearly 7.8 and over. I feel that 7.8 and over isn't too bad. Like, it's not bad run rate to chase, but going at 4.8 so far, as we see a dive from Captain Lewis. Yeah, I feel that it's important, to just keep hitting your spots, and wickets will come if you keep building dot ball pressure and keep building that dot ball pressure. Forcing the batters to make a mistake and stuff.
Very much, because the two of them have certainly managed to keep the batsman quiet for long spells, and the proof of that is the fact that the run rate has been creeping up marginally, and the bowling has been quite tight. The fielder is not giving away anything, diving and running to ensure that the singles and the twos are not so frequently taken there to keep the scoreboard ticking. Certainly, the boys have been doing very well in all respects on the ground over here. The batting side certainly under some pressure at the moment. It's been swung down to a fine leg there. The ball rising after pitching outside the leg stump, and just single there. End of the over from Ishan Patel. 4 overs, 11 runs. Very good going for the youngster. And the score now for the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio boys, 33 without loss, 7 overs gone of the 50, 43 more to go, and 337 runs to be scored. 7.84 the required run rate. The current run rate coming down from a little over 5 to 4.71, which gives you an indication that the bowlers have been able to get on top of the 2 openers here at the moment. Satvik on 6 and Adi Karma on 16. Then Victory once again, and that goes fast there, and the covers all the way to the rope for 4 runs. The second big shot, I must say, of the innings so far after that 6 that was struck. This is Satvik, first boundary. He goes up to 10 from 16, and the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio go up to 37 without loss. First ball of the over from Belgrave, but let's see what he's going to do to get back into this over here after that first one was pulled away down for the boundary. And this one certainly coming back well. Rising delivery outside the off stump, taking the outside and running down to the third man, Ishan Patel, the fielder. Just a single.
I feel like, this all the diving around and the energy in the field all goes back to the thought of Lewis's captaincy and thinking about winning the game within a 5 and 10 over period. So I think it's really important that the boys keep running around, and big swing and a miss from Adi Karma there, looking to hit the ball back over Will Greaves' head before, but a big swing and a miss. Like I said before, that obviously that full length from Will Greaves is important to keep the bowling tight, and to keep the run rate to a minimum. And as we see one worked away to deep backward square as Vasakin chases after that one. Big throw in on the full, needing the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio boys currently going at 5.2, needing 7.8 for the remaining 52.2 overs left in this. 42.2 overs left in this 50 over game. Sorry, I feel like they can do it. They can get there.
Well, right there, and it runs down to the third man, 4 runs. Over the head of the fielders there inside the 30-yard circle, and certainly a lucky boundary, one must say. Well, they are certainly going about it and trying to settle down and see to it that they build up a partnership before they take on the bowling. But at the moment, I think the bowlers and the fielders have certainly got the edge in preventing them from taking the initiative. It all depends on how they shape up as they progress in this partnership. But right now, the international boys school certainly having an edge in terms of defending the total. 326 more to go in 7.7 over at boundary, and the two boundaries pushing up the current run rate to 5.50, 326 and 252.
Yeah, I don't think Woolgrave should be too disheartened by that over. Obviously, big couple of chances for the boys. You know, a couple of misfields, but you know that's not much to worry about when you've put 370 on the board. But you know, if Will keeps bowling those tight lines, you know he's already creating chances which you know fly over the slip cordon. So I feel that's important to keep going and you know create chances for you know wickets. As we see Patel coming in full. Ducked away to Tonian, who normally finds himself vacated there in the covers, as you said before. A dot to start the 8th over and the 4th of Patel's opening spell. 44 for none. The boys should be very happy with their start, I think. I feel that they've bowled tight lines with you know minimal extras, or there've been quite a few extras. But no, minimum extras always helps. That's what PB talks a lot about, is making sure not a lot of extras are bowled, because that can take the game away from us a lot, very quickly, if they build up within a short period of time. As we see, the second ball from Patel is ducked away to mid-wicket, chased after by Ishan, and here we go again for the third ball.
Ishan seems to be a good fielder of his own bowling as well, Jack.
Yeah, well, like I said, he's a little whippersnapper, and loves to, get after the ball and hunt the ball. So I feel like off his own, not only off his own bowling, but others bowling too. He feels the need to, chase after the ball, and he's a very energetic, player and bowler. So I feel that he finds it very important to chase after the ball, not even on his bowling, but lots of energy in the field from him helps to get, helps to cut the runs down whether we can. And fourth ball from Patel is another wide. Good take down the leg side from George Tate. I feel that Ishan is bowling and all. He's bowled a really good spell to start, I feel. Not too many runs in the first 4 overs. Maybe letting himself go a little bit with 2 wides in a row. He'll probably be looking to tighten that up, get around that 5th, 4th stump line, get the batsman driving, get an edge to the slips. Obviously, Finn's got a great pair of hands in the slips. That is another wide from Patel, his 3rd in a row, meaning more chances for the batsman to score through this over. The extras are slowly climbing. Looks like we've bowled about 14 extras so far. PB doesn't like us bowling extras, but obviously early doors with the ball swinging, it's a bit hard to control, especially at this amateur level. It's a bit hard to control your own bowling. As we see Patel coming in here. There's definitely a bit of line from Patel, but that's a brilliant shot. Drilled past point, past Will Grieve, and 4 for Suffolk. Moves to 15 off 20. Couple of good little partnership from these two openers. I feel, they keep patient. They can, put a good opening stand and, slowly take the game away from us. Still needing to go at 7.7 and over though. Currently going at 6.
Why do you think he goes around the wicket, even the right-handers?
I don't know. Obviously, as I said before, like earlier on, he loves to swing the ball back in, loves to get the ball to nip around. So I feel like if he can swing it both ways, he's obviously a really valuable asset to come. I don't normally see him come around the wicket. He doesn't bowl much short stuff. Ishan, he likes to keep it up there and trap the batters LBW or bowled. But I think he likes to bowl over the wicket, even to right-handers, because he feels that he swings it both ways, nips it both ways. He can keep the batters guessing on where the ball's going to go, and if they're playing an ill shot, he might cash in a little bit. Yeah, I feel that's Ishan's line. That's where he wants to bowl. Wide of that 4th, 5th stump line. He's happy to make the batsman leave the ball, but he's also hoping the batsman decides to play at one and potentially nick it away into the slip cordon. I don't think Ishan likes too many fielders behind the wicket. Obviously, I think he likes to get the batters to hit in front of the wicket as he comes in. Ooh. Attempted pull shot from Adi to no avail. And that concludes the 9th over of the 2nd innings and Ishan Patel's 5th over.
9 overs gone, 53 without loss. Compressing this for the Stadio. Adi Karma on 22 from 34. Satvik on 16 from 21. 318 more in 246 deliveries. Almost 45 minutes of play gone, and we're going to have a lunch break, I'm told, around 7:45, 8 o'clock. So you think the lunch break is going to affect the rhythm of the players either way?
I don't know. Before the 2nd inning started, there was a little bit of confusion around when the break was going to be and how long we had before we started. So I wouldn't say it threw us off our rhythm, but it obviously didn't matter a lot. But I think for the batters, it's just about your process to getting back into that that flow state of mind where you can just knuckle down and keep batting. I think for the bowlers, it's a good opportunity for them, to regroup as a unit and discuss around how they think how the batters are going. Discuss with each other how they're gonna get them out. But I think for the batters, it also gives them an opportunity to talk to their team and give them intel on what's happening, how the time of day affects the ball, the pitch, the outfield, what they think's important to keep going and give us a good run for our money in the chase.
Change of bowling at the far end. Thomas Kinnan coming in. Bowled very well yesterday against the Sports School, but this time outside the leg stump, and that's been slammed away over deep mid wicket for 6 runs by Satvik. Joining Adi Karma on 22 there, both of them scoring 22 runs, one of 22 deliveries and the other Adi Karma of 34. That takes the total on to 58 without loss. The run rate going up substantially now to 6.33. This is outside the leg stump, off stump rather, and that's the first wicket to fall, and Thomas Kinnan strike. Outside the off stump, and the batsman Flash got a delicate edge, and George Tate diving low to his right took a superb catch. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I feel he'll be quite disappointed with that shot. He's nailed a couple, down back to point, but obviously getting the ball a little bit. I don't know what's happened there. Honestly, maybe the ball's done a bit. He's played an ill shot or just didn't pick it up. Good catch by George. Good to get the breakthrough for the fellas. I think breakthrough was really crucial at this point in the game, and to get that was a really good thing to see. Good start for Tom, considering coming off the form he's been on yesterday. He was on a bit of a heater yesterday, bowling some quick spells and, hitting that hard length for the batters to, struggle against. But I feel, if we can get another couple of quick wickets, I feel that we're on top of this game and have a good chance to knock these guys over.
Important breakthrough achieved by Thomas Kinnan for his team, no doubt. Satwik struck him for a six, but he came back strongly in the very next delivery to send him back. I think the ball rose slightly after pitching, and the batsman went for the drive. A little late in trying that shot, got an edge, and all credit to George for taking that catch low down to his right. Pulled it off very well and managed to make sure that his team gets the first breakthrough in this match over here. A very important one because Satvik and Adi Karma were going very steadily and almost making sure that they don't take any risk and indulge in some risky stroke making. But nevertheless, this delivery, I think, got the better of Satvik as he tried to drive, but then beaten by the bounce possibly. Got an outside edge, and George stayed doing the rest. So it's 58 for 1. 9.2 was gone. Thomas Kinnan again. Oh my God, Thomas Kinnan losing his stride there, and unfortunately losing his balance just before delivery. Possibly slipped there as a run up. Well, all's well with him as he walks back to the top of his bowling run, but a bad fall there, Jack.
Yeah, he did look a bit ginger, getting up from that. I think as Thomas's action, it's a little bit like real slingy, like at the top, and he struggles to keep his footing as he really punches through the crease and puts a lot of energy through his front foot, and he sometimes loses his footing, especially when the pitch is a bit dewy and it starts slipping around a little bit. But no, I think he's adapted well. I think most of the boys have already adapted well to playing in the lights. I think some of the boys have found is sunglasses aren't as effective so far. Bit different, not really any natural light around, so there might be as we see one scoot away to fine leg. Bandav opening his account, hitting one down to fine leg as we see Thomas walking it back to his top of his mark. One ball left in this Keenan over. 1 for 7 off 0.5 overs. Thomas will be happy with his start, considering he got a wicket second ball after that comeback from that stick as he comes in for his final ball. Bowlers, misfield. Run out opportunity. Good finish to the Keenan over. A couple of dots in there. It's a good start for Thomas. I feel all the boys will be pretty happy with that start, considering they were building a nice partnership before it got broken. Thoughts?
Certainly, they're having an upper hand right now. They also had the initiative initially when they managed to keep the current run rate quite low for the home team, but then a couple of big hits made sure that they got on par with it. And before the opening pair could really get down to business, the bowlers have struck. Thomas Kinnan getting the breakthrough there. 7 runs from the first over that he bowled and picked up a wicket. Carrying on from very left in the match yesterday against the school where he bagged 4 wickets. So certainly Thomas Kinnan in good form on the store, and the captain Lewis Jeffries comes on from the Poland end. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, as you said before about having specialist batsmen and bowlers in this team, and being at that age where people need to start thinking. I feel Lewis is a really good bowling option, as we saw yesterday. Loves to vary up his pace. He can bowl some really quick stuff. Lewis, loves to bang it in. Also loves to hang it out on the offside, hang it up quite full to entice the batsman into a false shot. As you see a fielding change, Finn Hurrigan going into the split cordon. A dot from the first ball of the Jeffries spell. 311 from 239 is required as Lewis comes in for his second ball. A little bit shorter, back of a length, away to point to Harry Dando. PB talks a lot about the bowlers, and he does a lot of work with them, and he talks about, you know, their test match length and hitting that back of a length and how crucial it is, especially in the longer formats of the game. And he talks about, you know, the difference between here and New Zealand, how you need to, like, obviously, because we have lots of these pitches in India are quite flat and, you know, slow, so they need to talk about. So PB talks a lot about, you know, using your variations, you know, your short stuff, slower stuff, change up like cutters, back of the hand slow balls. This is all used, you know, work over a batter, you know, take wickets and, you know, set the boys up for a good result. But I feel that, you know, the boys are up now. A lot of energy in the field. I think that's really crucial, you know, when to take wickets as being energetic and loud. But as we see, the fourth ball, of this Jeffries over coming in, 3 dots, 3 balls. And just stride, shortish, off the handle a little bit. Run out chance. No. Endo. Ducked away for 1 to backward point. Bundav 2 off 7.
What would you call Jeffrey as batting all-rounder?
Well, yeah, what we saw today, obviously, the boys have seen from the rest of the trip is he's obviously a batting all-rounder, sorry. You know, Hunter on the first day. Well, he's a wicket-keeping all-rounder who bowls a lot as well. Saw him keep on the first 2 days back in Anantapur. 100 and not so many on the second day, but the third day bought 77. Big shot. Is it going to be given? Obviously going down leg, no interest from the umpire. As I was saying before, you know, a couple of big scores in Anantapur. 100 on the first day alongside Tonian to put on about 380. And then about 70 in the third game. 80 odd. No. Yeah, 80 odd in the last game in Anantapur. And then obviously a few spells of bowling, which have, you know, been quite successful for Lewis. So I think he considers himself doing everything in the game, and he, you know, loves his cricket. Is he flicked away? Is it going to be over the infield? And that is going to be reeled in by John TBT. The grunt as he throws the ball in. Flat Stanley, we call him, amongst the boys.
Head of the over. 3 runs in the first over from Jeffries, the captain of the team. And the Sam Prasad for the stadium now 62 for 1 after 11 overs. Adi Karma on 24 and the new man Bandhav Raju on 2.
Yeah, we see that that run rate hovering around a steady 7.9 to between 7.8 and 9, 7.8 and 8. Sorry, it's obviously a pretty high run rate considered it's being, you know, not even 11 over or the 12th over of this second innings. Pretty early doors, so if these guys can, you know, build into the strong partnership, which is what we talked about earlier, you know, they can cut that run rate down to, you know, 5.5, 6 and over, and, you know, really put themselves back in this game as we see Thomas at the top of his mark for his second over, 1 wicket for 7. Driven straight back down the ground. That is a beautiful on drive. Is it going to be reeled in? No, it is not. There's a beautiful on drive from Bandav, straight back down the ground, past mid-on for a boundary. Thomas wouldn't be too mad with that. Might have missed his length a touch. I think Thomas, you know, likes that back of a length where you can, you know, sort of challenge that edge a little bit. But he won't be too. That's an amazing shot. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed about, you know, going for 4. It's all about how he responds. We see a fielding change. Hurrigan going into mid-wicket, potentially pushing mid-on further round, as he might have had to cover that mid-wicket region. But as we see Thomas Keenan coming in for his second ball, yeah, that's Thomas's length right there. You know, that back of a length. Play on the, hitting the stickers of the bat. But I really love Thomas's action. It's a really nice, smooth action. You know, generates a lot of pace, a lot of bounce. He's obviously very unpredictable. It's really hard to pick up what length he's going to bowl, whether it's going to be short because it pretty much looks the same. Your thoughts on Thomas's bowling action?
Oh yes, very fluid bowling action. the point of delivery also. And that lofted shot over there. And getting right underneath it there, and the ball dropping off the hands. Difficult chance, no doubt about it, because the fielder had to run quite a distance to his right. Nevertheless, a single there to Karma, who goes on to 25 now. Bandhav Raju on 7 on strike here. This is a chance the being put down towards the third man, but just a single there.
Yeah, obviously, not the best of start. Well, not Thomas's favourite starts. It was over, 4 and then 3 singles and a drop catch potentially. But it's important to how he responds within these next 2 balls. Does he, how does he change his plans? He's got a really good slower ball and a really good, cut it. Can't really tell because of the release point. Catch, and that is going to race away from 4. Is going to race away from 4 off the bat of Adi Karma. Moved to 29. Yep. Adi Karma moves to 29 off 39. Sampra City Sports Estadio boys needing a run rate of 7.78. A current run rate of 6.17. I feel some of the boys won't actually mind the run rate they're going at now. They still want to keep it above, 6, 5.5, 6. They just want the dot ball pressure to keep mounting up and, forcing them to hit big and potentially draw foul shots, which, we can hopefully capitalise on those chances. As we see the final ball edge burst through the hands of George Tate, and that is going to run down as buys. So a disappointing finish to Thomas Keenan's over. Going for quite a few. So what's that? 3 4s, 12. Going for 15 in that over. Thomas Keenan 1 for 18 after 2 overs. Sampra City Sports Estadio boys 77 for 1 after 12 overs, needing 293 from 228.
Ali Karma doing well to pick up some runs here in this over from Thomas Keenan, especially those lofted shots played with a lot of force, making sure that they travel over the head of the fielders there, but then also lucky that half chance almost was taken there, but the last possible minute the ball slipped out of the hands of the fielder there at deep mid wicket. Nevertheless, 77 for 1, 12 overs gone, 293 still to score at 7.71 and over. Lewis Jeffries given away just 3 runs in the first over that his ball is back into the attack here from the pavilion end. And that's one struck powerfully there off the hands of the fielder there at point, wringing his hands. Very powerfully struck shot there. Going over the ropes for 4 runs. Bandhav Raju goes up to 12 and the total goes up to 77 for 1. 81 for 1, I beg your pardon. 12.1 overs. Down the left side. Wide ball by the umpire there. Yes, Jack.
Obviously, the boys, still need to adapt to these conditions, and it's obviously tough, when it's your first time playing under lights. But I feel, I'm not being critical here, but, all the tough chances can go down, but, some of the easy stuff, some of the easy chances need to be taken. Not really naming any names, but as Harry Dando picked one up at backward point. As I was saying, these tough chances can go down, but it's got to be, the simple stuff that's got to be taken, and that's obviously been drilled into us by PB a lot. He really wants us to, take these chances early on, so they don't get away, and start partnerships like these, which can take the game away from us. Catch it. back down to Harry Dando at the backward point. Still 3 balls to come in this Jeffries over. Couple of a boundary and a few runs here and there. Lewis shouldn't be too disappointed. I think, some of the boys of our team how do I say this? I don't think they recognise how much of an asset Lewis is to our bowling side. Obviously, variations, short balls, as it is cracked away through cover for 1 down to deep cover. As I was saying, some of the boys don't realise how much of an asset he is to the team, and how much he can bring with the ball, with his pace, bounce, variations. So yeah, all the boys see him as a valuable asset, to this bowling side. And feel like he's a genuine wicket taker, as well as lots of the other boys in our team, especially like Ishan and Will. The 2 openers are, very valuable when it comes to taking wickets. Was that a drop catch? Was that a drop catch or a fly over him? Not sure. A mixer for Adi Kama, moving to 35 from 41. The required run rate still at 7.5. Comes in Lewis Jeffries. Final ball of the over. Played back down the ground to Lewis. Thoughts?
Well, nice shot there, no doubt. Then Lewis keeping control of the situation, not giving much away. 2 overs, 15 runs, 89 for 1, 13 overs gone, 6.85 the current run rate, 7.59 to score. And I think the players are coming into the pavilion for lunch. We have a break of about 30 minutes or so, and we'll be back with you once the game resumes. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio as the match between the Hutt International Boys School and the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio Academy team, under 18 boys on both sides. Restarts after a dinner break, but the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio chasing 370 for a possible victory. They are now 94 for 1 with Kadi Karma batting there on 35 and Bandhavraju on 18. Satvik, the only man out, the opener. Thomas Kinnon, the bowler who got the only wicket to fall in the innings so far, operating from the Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio end. There he is on his screen on the far side. And that's been taken on the half volley and just pulled away down to the long off fence for 4 runs. Well struck boundary by Adi Karma, who can fight. Played some good knocks in the other match also the other day. And great form that he's been in with some wonderful strokes. Yeah, in this knock as well. Eight for 1, just too short of the century mark. The Samprasiddhi Sports Stadio. Thomas once again slightly off his delivery outside the off stump. Rising a little after pitching as the batsman tries to drive, misses it completely, taken by the keeper. And again, superb delivery there, beating the batsman outside the off stump again, keeping low and moving away from his bat at the last possible minute there. And lucky for Adi, the ball just missed the off stump, and he also did not get a touch there. Taken by the wicketkeeper George Tate, doing a good job for his team behind the wicket. Took a nice tumbling catch to send back Satvik. This has been cut away nicely past the wicketkeeper. There's a fielder at third man. Picks it up and returns. Joel Gracie, the player who scored 150 odd runs when the team batted. Joel Gracie there. Picks it up and returns it for the batsman to think of the second run. So just one run of that edge past the wicketkeeper. End of the over from the far end. Thomas Kinnon. That single brings up the 100 of the inning. 100 for 1 after 14 overs of the 50 to be bowled by the visiting Hutt International Boys School. It's going to be the captain, Lewis Jeffries, once again to take charge of bowling operations from the pavilion end. On strike there, Adi Sharma. Lofted shot over here. But yeah, there at deep third man, not getting to it. Ball taking a thick outrage of the bat. Just a single catch that brings Bandhavraju on strike. On 18. Adi Sharma goes up to 41 with a single. Jeffrey right arm over the wicket. Once again outside the off stump and going down on one knee and driving it there to deep cover. Just a single again. Bowlers keeping tight, line on things, not giving much away. Because doing their best to prevent singles and two. Top the shot again this time at long on. They're getting underneath it. And yes, he's taken it. They used to detail that effort. That this top the shot there from Adi Sharma. Fighting good wicket there and picking up that catch. A good run down to the right. So the suppressing Daniel lose their second. Adi Sharma walks back. Hundred and two for two, need 268 more and 213 delivery. The left-handed Gangadhara bat at the ball of that wicket. Jeffries picking up his first wicket here. Ball rising up to the right side of the batsman who presents the defensive bat, takes the outrage, tickles it down towards the backward point region, picks up and returns back. No question that he'll run over there. Now start the off stump there, shot quick delivery. Batsman flashes misses, pick up by the keeper there. Picked away towards deep point. Straight to Ishan Patel, the hitter there in the deep. Just a single. End of the over from Jeffries, 1 for 18 from 3 overs, that is bowled. Some Presidio Academy boys overs. 35 more to go. It's going to be Henry Luck to take charge of bowling operations from the far end. Now the right arm medium pacer for the Hutt International Boys School from Wellington in New Zealand, coming here to take on the local outfit in an effort to gain as much experience and exposure and to rise their career. Outside the off stump as the batsman drives. Deep cover and 2 runs. 103 for 2. 105 for 2 rather. Gangadhara on first. Bandavraju on once again off the front for a lofted shot there to one off, but the pitcher on the fence, only a single. Over the wicket to the right-hander, Bandavraju. Making a start adjustment to the field there. Huge gap between the down the leg side there. George Tate just together, but was started to grab the wide ball from the fire there. Also, Dennis Mike towards the wide deep area, all the way to 4 runs. Back to point to the other side towards left hander. The entire side wicket virtually. Every cross comes in. Back outside field for Henry, and let's see what he's going to do. Yalawa. Once again taken on the rise and up he shot there over wideish mid wicket for a huge six this time. No fielder there. all the way. To retrieve the ball from behind the stick. John Henry Cox tries to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Once again, taken on the half volley upping shot over there. Dropping shot of the fielder at deep cover. They take one, they come back for the second, and comfortably have it. One 20 for two. The required run rate coming down to 7.32 from a high of 7. Again. And again, an up shot into the wicket. One side, there's no fielder there. The player from mid-off runs in and does the fielding there at just near the fence at mid-on. They take 2 runs, end of the over. Henry Locke giving away 18 runs in the only over that he's bowled so far. Mm-hmm. 121 for 2, 16 overs gone, 34 more to go. Hutt International Boys School players now. And some pressure to the advance of Nadara coming up at love the shot for one delivery. There he is on strike again. Who is Jeffrey, the captain of the visiting team, in charge of pulling a break from the bowling, and there he is right down for the wicket. Start the off stump as the batsman puts his bat out to it. Practice down to the practice point region for the keeper there. No run. Again, slightly off his delivery outside the off stump. The batsman beaten by the pace and bounce that tried to go for a mighty pull, but completely missed it, taken there by George Phillips behind the wicket. Once again, moving quick to the step. Lofted shot to the side screen and over the ropes for 6 runs. Yeah. Nadara going up to 23 from 12. Here is Jeffries again. Again, he drives, but there's a fielder there at mid-off. No quick to run there. Offside and wide ball by the umpire there. No ball line. Create signal there. 241 from 200. They get out of his glove ball and drives straight down to long one. Jeffries still has one more delivery left in this over. Wrapped on the pads there, a lot of appeal for leg before. The umpire unmoved again. End of the over. Lewis Jeffries, 1 wicket, 27 runs in the 4 overs that he's bowled. 130 for 217 gone. 33 more to go. 240, 198. The equation for the Samprasidhi Sports Stereo Cricket Academy boys. Gangadhara on 24 from 15. Bandavraju on 19 from 18. The two out there in the middle. Satwik and Adi Karba, the two batsmen back in the pavilion. Henry Locke to continue bowling from the far end. And let's see what he can do to control the flow of runs over here. These two keeping up a steady rate, coming up with some good shots around the wicket. Once again, taken on the rise and thumped down to long on for a youth six there by Gangadhara. So that brings up the 136 for 2 now. There it is. Between Wirish mid-wicket and long on there for 6 runs. Another lofted shot this time. A player getting underneath it. Oh no. He gets both his hands to it at mid-on, but unable to hold on again. A difficult chance, no doubt. I thought he should have left it to the fielder at slightly deeper position at long on rather than running in from his position in the mid wicket area. One 37 for 2. Henry Locke preparing to bowl once again to Bandav Raju, the right-hander. Well pitched up to the batsman outside the off stump as he goes on his back foot and drives, punches it into the point region, gets a single, brings back Gangadhara on strike. Henry Locke making slight adjustments in his field for the aggressive Gangadhara, the left-hander. The deep third man being brought forward a little from his position near the ropes as Henry Locke comes in from the far end. Up his delivery on the off stump as the batsman goes on his back foot and steers it into the point region, straight to the fielder there, no run. He's on 31 from 18. Once again, takes it on the half volley and drives down to the deep cover point region. As the ball rolls over there, I think all the ropes for 4 runs. Yes. Again, through, and that's going to be another boundary. Flurry of fours here from the batsman. End of the over. Henry Locke, 2 overs, 34 runs. Some Prasidhi Sports Stereo Cricket Academy, 146 for 2 after 18 overs. .224 in 192. The requirement here for the home team to put it across their visiting rivals, the Hutt International Boys School. Going to be Visakan Ramesh to bowl. Fresh over, driven down towards mid wicket there, but a bit of a misfielding as the ball rolls off the hands of the fielder there. Tony and Raymond once again being brought back into his favorite position in the covers. But Joel Grassi, I think, moving to mid wicket. Gangadhara on strike. Ramesh switching to round the wicket for the left-hander. Delivery stepped away, and that's 4 runs to the backward square leg. And that brings the total to 147, 151 for 2, 150 up for the home team. 18.2 overs, and the run rate now coming down below the 7-run mark, 6.91. 219 in 190. Flighted delivery taken on the half volley and pulled away down towards long off. There's a fielder there. Just a single as a throw comes into the non-striker's end. Down the leg side and stripped away down to short fine leg, but then straight to the man position just there for that kind of stroke. Lucky the ball didn't carry to hand there. It was dropping in front of him. Once again taken on the half volley and pulled away down towards the whitish deep mid wicket region. They get just a single. $153 for 2. Once again, Gangadhara takes it on the half volley and drives down to long off, but again, straight to the fielder there, positioned near the boundary line. End of the over, Ramesh giving away just 8 runs in the first over that he's bowled, managing to pull down the scoring rate. 216 from 186. Down the leg side as the batsman goes down on one knee and pulls it away down to mid wicket. Deep mid wicket rather, gets a single. 155 for 2. Ishan Patel coming in to feel that long off. Shot third, deep thirdman rather. Rising delivery from Henry Locke. The batsman beaten on the front foot. Comes forward. Lucky he didn't get a touch there as the ball keeper. Down the leg side once again. George Tate picking it up at the second attempt, but the batsman decided against taking a single there. Once again down the leg side, and this time George quickly dives to his left to prevent the ball from rolling past him. Good bit of wicket keeping there by the youngster. He's outside the off stump, cut away nicely there, past the fielder at backward point to the deep point boundary for 4 runs. Bandhav goes up to 26, the wicketkeeper batsman for the home team. 160 for 2. Another short pitch rising delivery outside the off stump. The batsman tries to drive, not properly getting in line with it. Lucky for him, the ball didn't take the outer edge of the bat. Four pitch delivery, full toss, pulled away down to mid wicket, but straight to the fielder there. Pandav Raju wanting a single, being sent back by his partner. End of the over from Henry Lock, 3 overs, 40 runs. 160 for 2. After 20 overs, 30 more to go. 210 runs and 180 deliveries. The equation for the home team. Visak and Ramesh in charge of bowling operations has been pulled away down to the deep square leg region, but there's a man on the fence, picks it up, throws it into the wicket keeper, just a single. As the field changes over for the left-handed Gangadhara, 47 of 25. Takes it on the half volley and pulls it down towards the deep mid wicket there. That's 4 runs over the ropes. 51 of 26 there. The batsman Gangadhara taking the score on to 166 for 2. again playing across the line of the delivery there, picking it up outside the off stump and pulling it down to mid wicket, but they can't beat the field there. Hope his delivery lofted shot past the bowler to long off, but again only a single. Henry locked the fielder. End of the over, Ramesh. 2 overs, 15 runs. You have to take a wicket. 21 gone, 167 for 2. 203 from 174. Joel Gracie, the Centurion in the Hutt International Boys School innings, now in charge of bowling operations. Libering up there at the far end as he prepares to send down his first over of the innings from the Samprasidhi Sports Stereo end. On strike there, Gangadhara batting on 52 of 28. Takes it on the rise and punches it down, and that's going to be a huge 6 over long off here. The first ball dispatched effortlessly over the ropes for 6 runs. This has been turned down to mid wicket, but straight to the fielder there. That one pitched a shade outside the leg stump, but the batsman not been able to pack much power or place it properly. This is outside the off stump as the ball runs down past the wicket keeper over the ropes at deep third man for 4 byes. Taking the total on to 173 for 2, 197 and 172. The current run rate goes up to 8.34, and the required run rate comes down to 6.70. Once again, this has been pushed away down to the deep fine leg fence for 4 runs there. Gangadhara certainly speeding up the scoring rate for the home team. The frail built left-hander, as you see on your screen there. That the off stump pats it into the covers there, and Tony and Raymond, the specialist cover fielder for the the visiting team, picks it up, returns it back. No question of a run there. Once again, drives straight to Tony and again. Got away nicely there, past the fielder on the cover this time to the deep point, deep car point area. Fielder in return back there. $183 for two, 22 overs gone of the 50, 28 more remaining, 187 of 168 the requirement. Jewel Grassy giving away 12 runs in the first over that he's bowled. 183 for two, required run rate coming down to 6.68 thanks to that knock in progress there from Gangadhara, who's on 63 from 35. Bandhav Raju 27 from 29. Ramesh again. Edge there, and this time Gangadhara is out. Getting an outside edge, the ball lobbing straight to the fielder at point, who makes no mistake this time as the batsman walks back. Scoring 63 of 35. $183 for three. Some Prasidhi Sports Stereo. So the visiting team once again getting back into the game with the dismissal of the attacking batsman. Sakan Ramesh tracking, getting rid of the dangerous Gangadhara there, who scored 63 runs. He's got 1 for 15 of 2.1 overs. The first ball of the third over, fetching him that wicket as he flatted that one up to the batsman outside the off stump as he went for the drive, got an outer edge, and the ball lobbed straight into the hands of the fielder there. The new man, Raghavendra, turns this one towards the short fine. But again, there's a man over there. Outside the off stump as he comes forward to it and presents a defensive bat, takes the outer edge, runs down towards the backward point area. No question of a run there. Full toss. The batsman tries to drive, takes the outer edge again and runs down a point. Picked up and returned back. No run there. Once again, slightly over pitch on the offside. The batsman takes it on the half volley and drives straight down the track to the bowler. Another big shot for the leg position. Once again, umpire Narayan unmoved there. End of the over there, Jewel Grassy. Oh, that's Sakan Ramesh who completed his over. Grassy operating from the far end. 183 for 3. Start the off stump cutaway nicely there towards the deep third man and runs in this, but the ball rolls over the ropes just below the side screen for 4 runs. Batsman swung his bat at it, the ball keeping low off the pitching and coming into the batsman there. But on the inside edge, the ball raced past the wicket keeper. Taken on the full and driven down, and that's going to be 4 runs, too long off. Second boundary in a row. This time, a gentle push into the point region, but again, a bit of overthrow there. They take one, and that's all they'll get. Down the leg side, turned away to mid wicket there on the rise, but then can't beat the fielder there. Looks like it's Ramesh there. Not quite connecting with that intended drive there. The ball dropping right in front of the batsman on the offside. Turned away delicately towards short fine. Ishan Patel running in to do the fielding. End of the over. 2 overs, 21 runs. The old Grassy. 192 for 3, 178 and 156. Once again, the run rate climbing up slightly. 8 runs an over now, and the required run rate is little more than 6. "24 overs gone." We come to the halfway mark in terms of the number of overs of the 50, as Ramesh bowls down the leg side, steps away there, and just a single though. And at this point in time, Jack Gerry is back into the commentary position over here. Welcome, Jack. What do you think the match is going?
Thank you. It was nice to be back in here. I felt, from our bowling side, we sort of slipped up on that left-hander with the Indian lid. He sort of got away from us a little bit. But then, we kept stuck to our plans, kept bowling tight lines, and, we ended up getting his wicket, which is really vital for us to, keep the game alive. And, it was really vital for us to, stay in the game and keep fighting and, give ourselves the best chance of a win. So now what we have to do is just keep our fielding tight, keep hot in the field, and, wickets will come eventually, and like that. Nearly they're fun onto the stumps, and, the wickets will eventually start falling until it gets too late.
The dismissal of Gangadhara, who scored 63 of 35, goes a long way in putting Hibbs back into the game.
Yeah, 100%. you know, as I said before, you know, his wicket was crucial in, you know, keeping us in the game. So credits to Viz, you know, bowling his tight lines, keeping to his plans, and that just really shows you why he's like a top quality bowler on the side, and why it's so vital for us to, you know, stay in these games, because he can just produce stuff like that.
End of the over. Sakan Ramesh 1 for 17 after 4 overs. The bowler responsible for the dismissal of Gangadhara caught there at the point of the outer edge of that bat as it lobbed into the hands of the fielder there.
I feel like this is a good change from, you know, Lewis. Tactical bowling change. Hopefully he can bring some, you know, energy to the side. Oh, catch that! Oh, just over George's head, and that might go away for 4. Great fielding there from Patel. Yeah, obviously, I feel Thomas is a good change to bring into the bowling attack. Obviously, new batter, weird action, sort of lines up with a bit of stuff to happen. But I think for the boys in the next 5 to 10 overs, obviously winning that next 5 to 10 over period, as you know, Lewis has said, is just, you know, sticking to our lines, being tight and energetic in the field, and, you know, just bowling our lines, and just creating that dot ball pressure. And I feel we can do that after obviously the wicket, and then I think what we should focus on next is, you know, getting that run rate back up. We do that by just dot ball pressure, and then, you know, then it slowly climbs, and then they hit less balls, score less runs, and then their run rate goes down while our required run rate goes up. So I feel that's really important for us to, you know, win this game. And just so I say that, there is a wicket. Thomas Keenan caught behind Port George Tate. Now that is 196 for 4 after 25.2 overs. What a change coming in as Thomas Keenan gets the batter who is trying to get himself set into his innings, and, you know, build a nice partnership to get the boys on the road.
Nice delivery. Well picked up to the batsman there. Coming almost at stump height as the batsman went forward to drive, got an outer edge, and once again picked up well there by the wicketkeeper. George Tate, and Thomas Keenan strikes again. Second wicket for him. 3.3 overs, 31 runs, 2 wickets. As Raghavendra walks back, and it's 196 for 4, 134 of 147. Bandhav Raju there batting 37, and let's see who's going to join him at the wicket. 25.3 overs gone, 134 and 147. The pendulum swinging back your way.
Yeah, obviously, you know, 2 quick wickets really helps the momentum, you know, get forward and revs the boys up a little bit, you know, thinking that we can still get back into this game. And I think what's important is, you know, we just always keep going back to our lines, going back to the basics, making sure, you know, we pitch the ball up, get the batter to play at it, and, you know, things like this can happen. So our next goal is to probably take another wicket within the next over or 2. That'll really set us up, you know, to keep the run rate down, get the pressure on the other team, you know, have the best chance of, you know, winning. Catch. Attaboy, Tom. It's a great start to the over from Thomas Keenan. 174 from 146 is the requirement for the batting side. New batsman Drew Vasu faced the first ball of Thomas. Thoughts on what he's thinking about his action?
Oh yes, as we talked about it earlier also. Nice bowling action. He comes up with this almost jerky delivery to the point of his release, and possibly that also confuses the batsman to some extent because they're not able to decipher what's going to be thrown at them. So definitely, in a way, a deceptive point of delivery, I would say.
Yeah, I faced Tom in multiple circumstances, both in games and in the nets. And what I find most difficult is like picking his length, because obviously his action is like his release point is so high that one, you can't tell where it's gonna go, so you have to pick it up real late. And then obviously whether it's a variation, which is also hard to pick up because he's got, hides it really well and has a lot of variations to go with that. So just it's a little bit hard to pick up. I wonder how the batters are, finding it out there. Run rate is our goal of getting the run rate up is slowly climbing back up from 7 point something to 7.21, which is good to see. A couple of dot balls from Vasaka in this over, will really set us up to keep that run rate going up, and hopefully a wicket can come as well.
Dhruv Vasu, the captain of the home team, there out in the middle, joining his opener Bandav Raju. Ball outside the leg stump, wide called there by the umpire. Throwing in line. And certainly the home side under pressure after the departure of two of their top order. 4 in all, and especially the last two of them threatening to take control of the game, but then the Hutt International Boys School pulling them back and making sure that they stay very much off the back foot. Has been cut away nicely there, but straight to point and picked up well there by Tony and Raymond after it had been fielded, and the bar behind, the sting behind the stroke taken off. Taken on the half volley and off the bounce, driven down to long off for 4 runs by Bandav, who goes up to 41 from 34. Dhruv Vasu on 2 from 5, who's just coming. Strikers in. Nice delivery there coming in to the batsman, who comes forward to it. The ball takes outside, runs down towards the short mid wicket. Picks up the turn back, but well judged single taken over there. Which brings Dhruv Vasu take on off the inner edge. The ball runs down towards deep square, but then the fielder, I think, Patel, who does well to pick it up and throw it in to the wicketkeeper. Just a single. And 5 for 4. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, obviously, watching Viz is such an asset to this team, and so are all the spin options we have. Me, myself, Viz, Joel, all these boys are crucial in doing a job. To help some of the boys have different roles. Like Viz and Joel are probably the primary wicket takers, and then I like to think of myself as like a tempo setter. So, trying to keep the run rate per over as low as I possibly can, and also maybe take a wicket here and there. But I feel like Viz and Joel are our genuine wicket takers, and it's like they're two valuable assets to have in this bowling side. Well, in terms of what's going on now, we have Thomas Keenan back into the attack, coming off his 4 overs, 2 for 32. the batting team need 7.13 and over. They're currently going at 7.63 and over. They need 164 off 130 balls. So I feel like 1 or 2 wickets here in the next couple of overs really puts us in the driver's seat. Or dot ball pressure like that. Well, not really dot ball pressure, that was a 1. But, dot ball pressure and, finding these wickets is crucial for putting us back in the driver's seat. And, getting that run rate back up to a respectable number and then being able to, defend that in the back end of the innings.
Interestingly poised this match as the two fight to take control. And it's a lovely delivery there once again. The ball pitching well up to the batsman and moving slightly away, I think. Drawn forward. Drew, but lucky he didn't get a touch there as George Tate moved quickly to his right to grasp it. Drew very much around there. The man got into the slip region here. He's taken on the right and driven down, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely struck there. Half push, half drive, enough power for the ball to go streaming over the ropes on the far side of the field over there for 4 runs. 211 for 4, 27.3 gone. Thomas Kinnan still has 2 deliveries left to work up the magic for his team, and let's see what he's got up his sleeve. There he is on the far side of the screen there. You see him coming in. And again beaten outside the off stump there. Slower delivery this time, Jack.
Not sure. Bit of an interesting fielding change. There we go. I was about to say interesting fielding change considering, with this late in the innings, like halfway through the innings, and the ball's getting pretty old. So I'm not sure Thomas is going to be doing a lot with the ball. I think it's important that he uses all those variations at this point in the game. The slower balls, the one we just saw, 2 balls left in the over. I feel 2 change-ups are important. Attaboy, Tom. That's the one, Tom. Yeah, that's Thomas's length right there. That's where he needs to pitch the ball. That's his spot. Short at the body. Not much a batsman can do, and he's got the field for it. So he's got deep square. Even if they try and get on top of one, he'll probably hit it to backward square or like tip it to the keeper. So just keeping these tight lines and bowling to your field is really crucial.
Oh yes, certainly. Let's see what he's going to do with this last delivery of the Zoa. This time the ball jumping up a little for the batsman as he went forward, came back in fact and put his bat out there. Lucky he didn't get a touch taken by the wicketkeeper. End of the over. Thomas Kinnan 2 for 37 after 5 overs. 211 for 4. 28 gone, 22 more to come. 7.54 the current run rate, required run rate going up 7.23. 159 and 132. Drew Vasu and 7. Randall Raju to open the innings on 44 from 37. Certainly the home team will have to up the ante to some extent in the next couple of overs if they are to make a match of it. And certainly the bowlers keeping the batsmen under pressure, tidy bowling and some good fielding. Of course, all of them doing their best to ensure that not many runs are given away. And this time he's bowled him another wicket there. Sakan Ramesh. Pandav Raju, the well-settled batsman who opened the innings, walks back. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I know. Love that from Viz. Just keeping those tight lines like we spoke about. Going for the big sweep. Trying to, access that boundary option. Not getting it quite right. Obviously, maybe not picking the length or, playing the wrong shot. And he obviously pays the price of, getting out. So, very good from Viz. Good to see him, back in the scalps list. Nice to see him bowling tight lines, and hopefully like I said, if we can take another wicket in maybe 2 or 3 overs, we'll be right on top of this game, and that current run rate is slowly going down, and all this dot ball pressures pushing the required run rate up, which is always nice to see. So I think this is a great opportunity for the boys to get up around it, get excited and get chatty, take advantage of this what we have at the moment. 5 down, not many runs. I feel if we can keep pushing on, keep taking wickets, and keep bowling those tight lines, we'll be sorted for the rest of the game.
Certainly, with the top 5 back in the pavilion, the pendulum certainly swinging the New Zealand team's way, with the off spinner Visakan Ramesh striking at the most opportune moment, getting rid of 2 of the most settled batsmen. Gangadhara was out there, and now this time it's Pandav Raju who's back in the pavilion. Both of them victims to Visakan Ramesh, who's got 2 for 26 of 5.2 overs. Still has 4 deliveries left in this over, and it's going to be the new man, Sri Bhagat, the new ball bowler for the home team. Strike there. Nice delivery once again, played back down the track there to the bowler, who picked it up on his follow through. And let's see how much the home team can still do to stay alive. And this another wicket there. Almost yokeling. There's a batsman played forward, missed it completely, and the bails dropped down. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, what an over so far. There's 2 wickets and 3 balls. How good. What we talk about, bowling these tight lines, keeping these batters guessing, especially Viz. Mystery spinner, a few variations in there. Quick change of pace, obviously really important to knock people over, and I think he's done that importantly, very crucial at a very crucial time. And another one back in the sheds, and the required run rate's now higher than the current run rate, which is always a nice sign for the boys. So I think the boys will really be fired up now. They really want to get this game over with, and you can put them all back in the sheds, and keep the win streak alive.
Well, yes, certainly. Now they do have upper hand here at this moment in the match. 211 for 6, 28.4 overs, 7.36 the current run rate, the required run rate going up to 7.45, and more importantly, half the top order back in the dugout. So certainly it's all order for the Sports Stereo boys to still make a match of it from here on, because we now come to the tail end. Possibly, I don't know how deep the home team has got in terms of their batting potential. Another good delivery there, turning into the batsman from outside the off stump. The batsman pushes it delicately, and almost the last minute there down on the offside. Chintan Shiv Kumar, the man coming in as a follow that wicket. Once again taken on the half volley and driven down towards deep point as Tony and Raymond runs behind it, picks it up and returns. Just a single there. 212 for 6. End of the over. Visakan Ramesh 3 for 27 of 6 overs. Wonderful figures. 158 and 126. 212 for 6 there. The home team. Compressively Sports Stereo. Dhruv Vasu at the wicket along with the new man Chintan Shiv Kumar. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, no, what a momentum shift. First, what a change. Getting him in the side, getting him amongst the bowling. Well changed through Lewis. I really rate that from Lewis. Getting 2 changes of paces in, obviously getting a quick at one end, and then having the spinner at the top end at this end is really good for shifting the momentum in the game. And through what we've seen with Viz and Tom are our 2 main wicket takers this game, as we get the opportunity for a catch in the slips as Finn goes in. So here comes Thomas Keenan, first ball of his 6th over. Oh, that's a play and a miss. Playing slightly away from the body. What a start! What a start from Thomas Keenan, eh? Required run rate is slowly climbing, which is, what us boys want to see, and be all smiles back in the changing rooms upstairs. So hopefully, Thomas Keenan can give us another, ripper. Good throw. Oh, Sheikah's backing. A good start. The over from Thomas Keenan. Dot single. Really liking this from Tom. Let's see how much further he can take it. Can he get a wicket in this over? It'll be so crucial for the Hibs boys if he can, send one more back in the sheds and really get the boys back on top of this game.
Thomas back into the attack. Driven down to mid-off there. There's a fielder. No run given away. The bowlers bowling with a lot more fire now. With the success that they've achieved. Thanks to Ramesh picking up 2 wickets in that over in the space of 3 deliveries. There you see it. Thomas getting ready to send down his 4th delivery of his over. Dot pitch, rising delivery there. Dot ball, of course. The batsman not getting anywhere in line with it to make anything of it. Taken by the wicketkeeper, George Tate. Certainly, the bowlers controlling the rate of scoring, especially with the top 6 back in the pavilion. And another wicket here. Almost Yorker-length, and the batsman played right across the line of that. Missed it completely, and the leg stump rocked back. Yes, Jack, what do you say now?
As we spoke of, it's important that we keep these tight lines, and I think Thomas and Viz have done exactly that. Like 2 perfect changes into the bowling attack, really sets us up now for, if we can keep these guys, to a lower score, the new batsman and Shintan at the crease now. If we can keep them both to a low score, I think we could be on for, I don't want to say a whacking, but I think we can be on for a bit of a hiding. I think the boys are pretty. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. I think the boys are pretty fired up now. Pretty excited. I noticed, Tom comes sprinting down the wicket as soon as he got his wicket. So that just shows you, how much it means to the boys to take these wickets and how important it is for the momentum of the game.
Well, 3 for 38 to 5.5 overs. 1 more ball left in this over. He picked up 4 wickets yesterday. 3 wickets today. Certainly in good form on the score. Let's see what he's up his sleeve. With that last delivery here. There he is. Again. Oh, throws here. The ball running down on the far side. And that goes over the ropes. Needlessly given away there. In fact, the batsman had not even ventured out of the crease. The ball was placed down and attempt to run him out, and 4 gifted runs over here. End of the over, 3 for 42 after 6 overs. Thomas Kinnan, 217 for 7. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, that was a good over from Thomas. Good to see him back in the wickets column, take a couple of scalps in that over. But I feel what's important for the boys is that we, keep these extras and, overthrows to a minimum. It's going to really help us keep the run rate real low and, obviously help us to put more pressure on these guys and hopefully knock them over and put them back in the sheds pretty early. For Viz, he's just got to keep bowling those tight lines. They're keeping the ball in the right areas and drawing that false shot for the batsman, which was created by that dot ball pressure we talk about. I'd say a message from PB for the boys is just, stay up, stay with it, stay energetic, keep chatting, and, wickets will come if we keep chatting. All this dot ball and chat pressure will, put the pressure back on these guys and make them feel like, they need to do something stupid or brash to, change the momentum of the game. As we see one punch straight to Lewis. Yeah, so we just got to, stick to our plans and keep it the same, because we don't want to change anything, as PB said before he walked out into this innings. Don't do anything stupid. Don't change your plans, and your plans are good enough to work. Oh, that's very nice from Vasakin as he pushes one to cover. 2 overs, 2 balls, 2 dots for Vasakin. He'd be very happy with the start. 3 for 27 off 6.2 overs for Viz. These are some great figures from Viz. Those three most crucial wickets of the innings, I think, especially contributing to putting them back in the sheds as he bowls his third here. We tucked away for 1 as we see one of the new batters on strike. This run rate is slowly climbing up as we want it to, up to 7.85 now. Yeah, just keep these singles and dots coming, and if we keep doing that and do that enough, we're gonna keep putting pressure on them and win the game.
Certainly, they do have a distinct advantage here over the home side. 218 for 7. Just the tail to come in. Gandhi Vasu on 4, Chintan Kumar on 3 here. Once again, a good delivery there, pitched right up to the batsman. Turning in as well, he comes forward to it. The ball takes the bottom edge of the bat and runs down to Johnny and Raymond, fielding at mid-wicket for a change. Once again, on the half volley, it drives straight down to mid-off. The captain, Lewis Jeffries, the fielder, it'll be over there from 7 overs, 28 runs and 3 crucial wickets. So Thomas Kinnan and Ramesh, the architect of what should be definitely a very, very good performance by the Hutt International Boys School, and they sense victory in this match. The required run rate climbing up to 8 runs and over. Of course, with not much of batting coming in, certainly the home team under a lot of pressure. Let's see how much they can still do to remain in the fight. 218 for 7, Shiv Kumar on strike here. 2 newcomers to the wicket. Once again, good delivery. Thomas Kinnan on the middle and leg stump, turned away with a flick of the wrist towards short square. Ishan Patel, the ever alert and agile fielder, picking it up and returning it back. No run there. And another wicket over here. One more. Thomas Kinnan matching his performance of yesterday with his 4th wicket. 4 for 42, 6.2 overs. Yes, Jack, you're very eager to say something.
Yeah, no, good on you, Tom. You get in there, you little beauty. So good to see, producing another scalp for us. It's so important, especially this late in the game. This is the crunch time for us boys, and, get more back in the sheds, and the run rate is rapidly increasing towards our favour. So I think, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. Such a commendable effort from the boys. So proud of them all. So proud of them all. All doing their bit, especially with bat and ball. Putting up a significant total for these guys to chase, an impossible total for these guys to chase under lights. I feel the boys have, adapted really well to their circumstances. The dew, the lights. It's obviously been difficult. A couple of batters have got away to start. We saw one of the boys, hitting the ball around at all parts of the ground, which is a bit demoralising. But then we, sort of brought it back with a few wickets from Viz, and then Thomas followed, and then we just kept the momentum from there. And I think it's been so crucial, that momentum, that momentum shift from Tom and Viz having to standing up like that, and giving us the lead back into this game is such a commendable effort from the boys.
The lanky left-hander Sujan Lakshmaya, the new man in there, joining Siddhant Vasu. Once again, rising delivery outside the leg stump. The batsman watching it back into the hands of the wicketkeeper there. Thomas Kinnan and Visakan Ramesh almost engaged in a duel to emerge as the highest wicket takers in this innings here, Jack.
They're certainly going. Well, they're certainly going wicket for wicket this inning. One after the other, over after over after over. It's just so good to see. Bowling in partnerships like these. PB talks a lot about these important partnerships and how they can set us up for winning games and taking wickets consistently like we have. Viz 2 and 1 over, Tom 1 in every over, one of the last two, each of the 2 overs. It's just so important for these partnerships to really get going and set us up for the good win.
Another good delivery there by Thomas. The batsman pushing it back down the track on the onside at the last possible minute there. Off the back foot. 2 more to go from Thomas. And let's see what he's got up his sleeve over here.
We can hear some fireworks in the distance. Not sure what those are going on for. Here comes Tom with his 5th ball here. Slow ball and full, straight down to Lewis Jeffries. Yeah, not sure what those fireworks are for. We've heard them pretty much all night. Anything special going on?
With the festive season out here in Bangalore and also in India, we have the Navratri festival for 10 days from 22nd of September to the 2nd of October, where the festivities come to a close. So a lot of pujas and things like that going on, and immersion of idols, worship. When they take them in the procession, they produce all fireworks and music and all sorts of things. 10 days Dasara or Navratri, as we call it. Progress. That would be the reason why you see fireworks.
That's pretty interesting then. Yeah, just with the boys, they've put on such a commendable effort. It's all thanks to their the incredible fielding efforts. All the boys have chipped in, putting their body on the line, which is a lot what we spoke about, how crucial it is for us to do that. Put your body on the line, dive around, get a bit dirty for the boys. It's all for the boys, supporting us. And honestly, big shout out to behind the sticks. He's done such a good job, taking all those catches, stopping all those buys, taking all those catches. It's so hard with the lights. I've been there. I've kept under lights, and it's once the ball goes up above like shoulder height, it's a little bit difficult to hit the ball. So massive shout out goes out to George and just how he's handled adapting to the playing under lights, and I think he's done such a good job.
Of course, the fireworks on the field coming from both sides of the wicket. Sakan Ramesh from one end and Thomas Kinnan on the other. Sakan with the second ball of his 8th over coming in. Pushed away down to the point region, but there is a fielder there. No run. 219 for 8, and the required run rate going up to 8.55 from low of 7.21 at one point of time. Once again, in edge to the outside, you have the bat there. The batsman goes on his back foot and tries to pet it away out of the stump. Ball which rose slightly. Yes, Jack.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw. Oh, I was just about to say I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a fielding change. Somebody ball into the slips. That happened just as I said that. So wonder if Lewis is considering that and considering making a fielding change, because it's obviously he's been excellent with his field setting this afternoon, and it's been very very good for us to use to our advantage. Keep us in the game and build all this pressure and stay energetic within the field and be energetic all night and be loud and build this pressure. As we see, that's obviously an unlucky shot. You can't do much about a snack through the slips. So here comes Vasakin. Ball. I think there's a lot of energy around the boys. I think all the boys are up and about now. They're all amongst it. 8 wickets in the sheds. They'll be looking to get this game done and dusted. Go home for dinner. Catch. Oh, Stanners, don't drop those. I like your Johns. Yeah, no, obviously our fielding's been very nice tonight. Heaps of diving stops and diving catches and good catches and stuff like that. It's all helped build all this pressure and keep us within the game, which is nice. As we see a bowling change, Joel Gracie coming on from the far end. 223 for 8 after 33 overs. Current run rate is 6.76. And the required run rate is about 8.5. Sujan 0 off 4 and Siddhant 8 off 9. These boys are currently looking to build a nice partnership, carry them through the game and hopefully, win by 2 wickets, but we hope doesn't happen because we obviously need a couple more scalps to get the game over and done with and, win the game.
Yes, I think perhaps not a question of the run rate now because they're running out of wickets. Quite a tough task here for the home team. And let's see how much they can do to get out of trouble.
I think what's important for these boys, these two out in the middle, is just like understanding, that they don't even need to worry about how many runs they're scoring or what the run rate is. They just need to. What I think they need to do is worry about, just batting time in the middle, getting time out there, putting us under the pump by, hitting 1s and 2s and then waiting for that bad ball and then capitalising on that bad ball. I think that's, how they're gonna keep this game alive and, give themselves the best chance of winning. But, with these tight lines from the boys, I feel they might struggle to do that. Joel comes in for his 3rd over, none for 21 off 2.1. I really rate Joel's bowling. He obviously doesn't bowl a lot for the first 11 at school. Oh, I thought he hit that. He doesn't bowl a lot for the first at school, but he's got a lot of variations. He's got the arm ball, and then obviously the stock off spinner. But I think he's another example of a sneaky bowling asset, much like Lewis. If he can pitch the balls in the right area, bowl the same length ball, he can be very dangerous and be like a top wicket taker. But obviously he hasn't taken a wicket this evening, but he did take 2 yesterday. So I feel that if he just keeps bowling his areas, keeps working the batter over, I'm sure he'll end up with a wicket eventually.
Yes, batted well, and yesterday he also had 2 good catches, fielding at backward point. And now he's into his bowling act. Let's see how much he can succeed here. This delivery, of course, wide call by the umpire there. 1 more to the total, 224 for 8. Pushed off the back foot into the covers to the meat of the bat, but then can't beat the fielder there. 146 and 98. This is 4 pitched on the Midland leg stump, turned away to mid wicket for a single. The umpire also putting his hand up there, declaring no ball and a free hit coming up.
I wonder what Lewis will do here. Obviously, you switch batters. Obviously, you can change the field. It'll be interesting to see what his thought process is. I don't know if he's really analysed this better, but if he likes to hit it far, dab it down. I feel it's important to have people behind square, not just obviously the wicketkeeper, because if he manages to get one down past George and he's not able to get it, it's probably going to race. But he's a leg by, which is one of the better outcomes of a free hit. Not so last ball of the third Gracie over. See what happens here. I hope a wicket would be very nice, Joel. Oh, I thought he hit that. It's a good set from Joel. Good to keep the run rate down. 144 from 96. Currently sitting at 9 and over as the required run rate. They're currently going at 6.65. So, the boys just need to keep bowling their tight lines, and, they'll just wait, be patient. Patience is key, letting the wickets come, letting these chances create themselves.
Oh, yes, very much. Another over. Again, we find the ball being handed over to the wicket taker. The crucial wicket taker. Ramesh, 3 for 32 of 8 overs. There he is. With the ball in hand, and this time they've employed a fielder in the slip region for that possible catch.
I think it's important to have, a couple of fielders behind square, considering, these tail-enders, like to have a swing of the bat, normally have a swing of the bat, and then that's one. Secondly, to have, an off-spinner bowling to a left-hander. Oh, here we go. Chance for T. Dropped. Great effort though, Tonian. Running back. Couldn't reel the dive in. But no, as I said, it's pretty crucial to have somebody behind the keeper, because if, one goes past and the keeper can't get it, there's always going to be a slip fielder. But, it's hard when you bowl to a right-hander to get a catch at the slip, but I feel that it's easier to get them if you're, a left-handed batter when you've got a right-hander turning it away from you. It's a lot easier to, pick an area to land it and then hopefully take that wicket.
It's always easier for a man running towards the ball to take a catch rather than for a fielder running backwards or sideways to attempt it to jack. Do you think so?
Oh yeah, 100%. Obviously, fielding's a lot easier when you're walking in, going forward, and then you have to, track back, and you're obviously not. If you're not that quick off the mark, you're probably least likely to get there. Even if you're pretty quick off the mark and you can continue that speed, it's obviously really hard to get going. And unlucky for T there, he'd be one of the quicker players in the team. The ball go over the infield and for 4. No, 4? Yeah, boundary. Boundary for Sujan. Vasakan Ramesh. Only loose ball I've seen from Vasakan in his last 2 or 3 overs. But no, as I was saying, it's hard to take catches when you run back. Obviously, you don't really train them enough. And, it's hard to judge catches, the light and different in how the ball flies. As another wicket falls, Vasakan Ramesh lands one on off, middle and off, turns and hits the top of off. Dismissal, 9 down now, 9 back in the sheds. 1 wicket for the boys to win.
Absolutely. As we were talking, Vasakan and Thomas having a running match on either end in terms of taking wickets. Now both of them on level terms, both of them have taken 4 wickets each. The 9 that has fallen, and certainly put the team almost into 1 foot in the door, one must say, Jack.
Yeah, well, 100%. Obviously, they're going tap for tap, wicket for wicket at this point. Thomas and Viz. So it just depends on who gets the five, who gets the five and who doesn't. or do they bring Joel on and he'll be selfish and take the last wicket for himself. But all to question, one more back in the shed, and hopefully we can knock him over, and we can go back and a big celebration, and just stay amongst the boys and stay as a tight unit for the next 2 or 3 days we have here. So I think if we want to get this last wicket, we're gonna have to get it quick.
Let's see who's going to take it. One more to go for the home team to wrap up this match. Rather, the visiting team to wrap up this match. I'm sorry. Ramesh once again. Well pitched up to the batsman again as the new man, Srinivas Yadav, puts his bat out, takes the outrage, runs down towards point there. No run over here. End of the over, Visak and Ramesh, 9 overs, 4 wickets, giving away 38 runs. Certainly good going indeed.
If I was Vasaki and I was 4 for 38 off 9 overs, I'd be stressing a bit. Am I going to get this 5 for, or is somebody going to steal it from me, steal this last wicket so I can't get it? But if I was Joel, I'd be stressing myself as well, because you obviously wouldn't want to. You obviously wouldn't want to take that 5 for away from one of your best mates, as we see some big fireworks going off in the distance. Those are echoing around. So if I was Joel, I'd just there's some loud fireworks. Jeez. Yeah, if I was Joel, I'd just want to bowl wide of the off stump, and hopefully they don't snick off and ruin the chance for a 5 for Viz. Oh, well, I say that, and nearly gets out by hitting a sweep.
He almost got him. Lucky for the batsman. The ball didn't hit the stumps over there. Joel Gracie with the ball. As he comes in. Down the 3rd delivery of this over. Low down, the ball ricocheting off the gloves of the wicketkeeper as he tried to gather towards the short third man, and the two of them take this opportunity to take a quick single. Then singles and twos are perhaps of no consequence at this stage of the match. This is wide outside the off stump, wide call by the umpire as well. One more to the total, which goes up to 233 for 9. Well, crossed up delivery once again, wide outside the off stump. The umpire has both his hands wide apart, declaring a wide, second one in succession. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, no, I think Joel understands what he needs to do. Just bowl a few outside off. Hopefully they don't sneak off. Give Viz the opportunity for a 5 or that. Obviously we don't want it to go for 4, do we? So we want Viz to get down to that. Yeah, well done, Viz. Great effort from Viz, and obviously Will Grieve there to follow up. To get the ball in the air really quickly, which is crucial when one short has been called for the batsman. Didn't tap down his ground enough. So as we see, 134 off 86. Joel Gracie, 2 balls left in his over. Where does he go? Big swing across the line. He wants this game over and done with. He wants to go home.
Almost an impossible situation here for the home team. 134 and 85 deliveries. More than that, they just have 1 more wicket left. Once again, the ball keeping low, and the keeper turning low together. The ball ricochets off his gloves there. Once again, it's not fine. Never be over. He will cross the 4 overs, 38 runs.
Alright, here we go. This is crunch time for the boys, especially Viz. Final over, 4 wicket, 38 runs. What a spell! What a spell from the big man. He's really stepped up into that position of being, the number 1 spinner this afternoon, and he's definitely showed, why he's in the first 11 and why he's their first choice spinner. Just, taking wickets with ease, just bowling the same spots, putting the ball on the same spots, and, being able to work that. Yeah, you've been able to work those batsmen over and, get their wicket. So hopefully he can, cash in and, take his fifer that is well deserved. It's a good start. Dot to Tony and Raymond. Currently run rate, the required run rate is now 9.7 with a current run rate of 6.53. Second ball from Ramesh. Oh, there's a shout from Joel at slip to no avail. 236 for 9, 36.1 overs. Vasakin 4 wickets, 39 runs, 9.1 overs. Can he get his fifer? It is a single out to Jonty Beattie in the deep. I feel that I love watching Viz bowl. Just his action. Where he lands the ball. Being able to, the way he just works batters over, his temperament, his relaxed nature at the crease, doesn't stress if he goes for runs. Obviously he isn't this afternoon. He's bowled exceptionally well. I feel that a fifer for Viz, is well deserved, and we do badges at school, so I feel this fifer is well worked for and well deserved. Worked off the hip, but short, fine leg. 2 balls left in the over. 2 balls left in this final over for Vasakin Ramesh. 9.4 overs, 4 wickets, 40 runs. Then he get his fifer. 2 balls left. Here we go. Oh yes, nearly. Can he do it? Final ball of his spell. Can he do it? Here we go. Everybody's on their feet. Everybody needs to get excited. If this happens, everybody's going to go mental. Oh, what a finish. What a finish to the spell. 10 overs, 4 wickets, 40 runs for Vasakin Ramesh. He is the main wicket taker, the most important wicket taker. Took the most important wicket of the innings, to keep this momentum flying our way.
Well, yes, the dismissal of Gangadhara, who scored 63 of 35, certainly appears to be the turning point of this match. And the home team have not been able to recover from that blow, and especially after Pandav also got out after scoring 44 runs. The momentum decisively swinging Hutt International Boys School way. 1 more wicket left for them to wrap up this match, as Joel Grassi once again pressed into the attack from the far end.
We've had a couple of games like this where people have been like 1 wicket away from a fifer. We had Harry in the catch it. Oh, good effort. Yeah, we had Harry on the first day. Whatever, our 10 overs. Lots of chances for us. Early doors in the trip. Dropped a few catches. A couple should have been taken, honestly. But learnings, all learnings. And then we've had Biz and Thomas Keenan this afternoon, which has been great. As that one will not be reeled in. It'll be 4 off the outside edge of the bat of Srinivas Yadav. Moves 243 for 9 after 37.2 overs. Required run rate up 10.34. What can Joel produce here? Can he get his first wicket of the afternoon and finish this match off in style? Here we go. 3 balls left in the Gracie over. Oh, that's another one down. And that is going to be reeled in by Wilgrave. But an indecisive calling, obviously wants to strike. 2 balls left in this Gracie over to see if we can finish the game on a high with a wicket. And at the moment, what I'm seeing is a pretty good over from Gracie. You know, dot dot 4-1. Obviously, unlucky to catch the edge. That went 4.
Got in the slip now.
Yeah, he has. I feel. Yeah, with those two that have, you know, gone past George's hands, you know, it's important that you put a field aware there. Oh, and you know, slip sort of missed that, but obviously he's there for a reason. Yeah, one went his way, so I guess that's important. Be patient. You know, bowl your same lines. Don't try anything new. So hopefully, this is the last ball of Joel Gracie's 5th over. Can he get his last wicket? Oh, up there. Appeal. No interest from the umpire. Fireworks will ring out from the left of the ground.
Yes. Two of them, Srinivas Yadav and Sukant Vasu. One would say delaying the inevitable. Would you say that, Jack?
It's definitely the inevitable. They're just, you know, batting and batting and batting until, you know, we get bored, and then eventually do some stupid stuff, and then they capitalise and, you know, start scoring some runs. As we see a bowling change, Harry Dando, first of his overs, took a 4 in the first game. See if he can take his final wicket.
All eyes on Harry Dando. He's been pressed into the attack here. In an attempt to finish off this match. Lofted shot there, but the attempt there by Lewis, but then just eluding rush over there as he almost bent backwards to take that catch.
Yeah, no, that certainly would have been a, you know, an amazing catch if we had taken that one. But yeah, Harry Dando, 2 balls, two interesting deliveries to start. Obviously, Harry Dando bowls for our second 11, crucial spin bowler, one of our main spinners, and obviously another one of our genuine wicket takers amongst the boys. So nice to see him getting a bowl and, you know, getting some overs in. Real good to see, especially the older guys, you know, probably more experience and they want a bit more to do. But the inclusion of these younger guys throughout the trip has been, you know, amazing to see. You know, just wanting to include everybody, get everybody amongst it. Swung away, catch. Great hand there from. It's an amazing hand there from Locke to stop the ball from going for 4. Harry Dando, 4 balls, 2 runs, no wicket. Can he get the final wicket in his last 2 balls?
Hopefully. Career. Once again, watchfully pushed down into the vacant short square leg, short mid-wicket region there by the batsman. Sukant Vasu. This has been struck once again down the track, but got away nicely there by the bowler himself before it's picked up and returned. End of the over from Harry Dando. 2 runs in that first over. Let's see who's going to commence bowling operation from the far end. It's going to be Joel Gracie again.
I was kind of hoping that, you know, Tom would get another chance, you know, maybe take his 5 because obviously Viz couldn't. So it'd be nice to, you know, talking about the inclusion of the younger kids. I think it's important that, you know, everybody gets equal opportunities, and, you know, the coaches and captain have, you know, really done that through the batting orders and, you know, the bowling loads. So, as we see a failed arm ball, it is going to go down as 4 wides. Maybe stuck a little bit in the hands, or, you know, just one of those deliveries. Obviously, you can't have too much luck in a day. Well, you can't do everything good in the day. You can't score 164 and then attack.
Lost his grip at the point of delivery.
Maybe the ball stuck a little long. Here we go. Oh, no way. Gone off the keeper's gloves, and that's going to race away for 4. Few lucky boundaries for these two. Hopefully it doesn't turn into much for the boys, and hopefully we can knock them over in a little while. Win the game and get back in the sheds early.
Very unusual for George to allow those snakes to get past him. Time and again this innings, Jack.
Yeah, no, as I said before, George has been excellent. Not letting much through, and I think he's done an amazing job of keeping the runs on the low. Keeping the boys tight. Keeping the energy high, and big part of of the success of this team. Taking those catches from Thomas, as we see Joel Gracie 4-4-4, well, wide 4-4-4, first 3 balls of the over. Oh, George, not gonna be reeled in. Good dive at backstop from Ramesh. To keep that in the field of play, not lose too many more runs. That is going to go down in the extras column as wides, though.
Oh yes, we've seen a number of them in this over especially. Joel Gracie. Once again, defensive push down the track back to the bowler on the offside. The two of them simply playing out the overs. Down the leg side, another wide called there by the umpire. Somehow Joel Gracie having some trouble in maintaining the proper line in this particular over. Having done a good job in the earlier overs. Better looking delivery this time, turning away from the batsman there, not having anything to do with that one. Delivery coming in from outside the off stump, he jabs at it, takes the outrage, trickles down to the top square. Ishan Patel, the fielder. Last ball of the over coming up. Off the back foot, struck down, smart Sonian there with the covers. Ishan once again there. Deciding not to take a run. End of the over.
Obviously, Joel might be a little bit disappointed with that over. Maybe he went for a few more than he was expecting, obviously. Probably, went for a few more than he actually wanted. It's obviously not like a bad thing. Obviously, there's still, lots of runs to get for the boys, so they shouldn't be too worried. As we see maybe Lewis Jeffries coming back into the bowling attack here. Or Ishan Patel. That's hard to tell. Maybe it could be anyone at this point. There's about three options standing at the top end. It looks like it's going to be Patel though. So hopefully, Ish can get his first wicket of the night. Knock him over. We can head back home, have an early night rest for tomorrow's 2 T20s.
40 gone, 10 more to go. The last wicket pair defying the attack. Once again, a lot of people, more in hope than
Yeah, no, I think that was out of a bit of hope. Don't think Ish that he hit that, but it's a good start from Ish. Nice to nail that full Yorker length. I think that's what he'll be looking to bowl. The rest of this over, try and mitigate the runs as much as he can. There's obviously 10 overs to go, but he'll try and whack through point. Probably not going to be real. Going to be reeled in by BT. They're going to run 2 of them. Good start here by Ish. Obviously run rate's creeping up, and they won't be too worried about what they're seeing at the moment. Wonder if there could be some field changing from, Jeffries here. Might take out Slip, because obviously, unless that's up to what the captain thinks. But here's Ishan Patel, third ball. Defended to mid-off. No intention of a run. 3 balls left. 104 off 57 is the equation for the opposing batting team to bat here under the light. I wonder how they're adapting. Thoughts on how both teams are adapting to under light?
Just 104 and 57, the equation here for the home team. And that's it. Flashing outside the off stump, getting an edge, and the wicketkeeper George stayed once again, bending low to his right to pick it up inches of the ground, and that's the end of the match. As the team shake hands and through part of the ground. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, obviously, as I said, big shout out to Skinner behind the sticks, did an excellent job. To all the people who are still tuning in back home, it'll be about, I don't know what time it'll be, but thanks for all of those who tuned in, to support the boys. All the messages coming to the group chat, awesome to see, and hopefully we can continue this good form on for tomorrow this week.
Well, the Hutt International Boys School eventually winning this match against the Sampa City Sports Stereo Cricket Academy by a margin of 103 runs. Thank you, Jack, for joining us. That brings us to the end of today's match over here. The Hutt International Boys School defeating the Sampa City Sports Stereo Cricket Academy under 18 boys over here by a margin of 103 runs. And there are, I am told, 2 matches scheduled for tomorrow. And once the proceedings begin on tomorrow, we'll be back with you for description. Till then, good night and goodbye.